Order. Order. The topic for late debate is going to be, therefore, be it resolved that the House calls on the government to uphold the rights of public servants and protect their job security in the workplace. Daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to table a petition. The operative clauses read as follow. Whereas Nova Scotia needs 70,000 new housing units by 2030, and over half of these need to be affordable, and where the price of homes sold in Nova Scotia has increased by nearly 180,000 since 2019, and whereas Nova Scotians are at risk of losing their homes due to unfair evictions and fixed-term leases, therefore we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Nova Scotia to build thousands of new and affordable units of housing, close the fixed-term lease loophole, and to establish a residential tenancies enforcement branch to ensure tenancy rules are being followed. Madam Speaker, there are 59 signatures on this particular petition, and I have affixed my signature as per the rules of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table another petition, which reads as follows. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time in HRM are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 5,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of over 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors who have been in their same accommodations for multiple years for the duration of the housing crisis. Madam Speaker, on this petition there are approximately 54 signatures, and I have affixed my own as per the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table a petition which reads, whereas Nova Scotia has a higher proportion of 2S LGBTQIA+ residents than any other province according to Statistics Canada, and whereas transgender people face an inequitable barrier in the form of a fee schedule for legal name changes, and whereas the government has promised to address issues of inequity in the 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan, therefore, we, the undersigned, call upon the Minister of Service Nova Scotia to revise the current vital statistics fee schedule to not levy a charge for two-spirit, transgender, non-binary and intersex Nova Scotians seeking a legal name change, and for Service Nova Scotia to waive or cover the cost of fingerprinting. Madam Speaker, there are 21 signatures on this petition, and I have affixed my name as per the rules of the House. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Hey. I have sailed on the Blue Nose and do know you go to Peggy's Cove for the gingerbread, not just a view. I have asked who your father is and given directions based on landmarks that are no longer there. I've worn a sou'wester. I've never worn a sou'wester, but do know that you tie up before a nor'easter. I've tapped my foot in the red shoe and know that Celtic colors are heard, not seen. We're the province that invented the modern ice skate, which makes sense because we also invented hockey. We're the home of Blair, Nate, and Brad, and of Sydney's beat-up Dryer. We came into our own with wooden ships and iron men, but now it's our Olympian women that bring home the gold. We call it the old bridge, even though the new bridge is older than me. We didn't need Sunny D, we had Beep, and road trips hit different when you stopped at Ma Webb's or the chicken burger. We know the colder the water, the sweeter the meat, and though it's always fresh at Sobeys, it's even fresher off the wharf. Nova Scotians invented the telephone, the odometer, newsprint, and kerosene. We gave the world the propeller, the wheelchair-accessible bus, and the Donair. We're the home of responsible government, of Joseph Howe's papers, and a whole mess of very proud capers. We've the Oxford blueberry, the Valley's wine, and Farmer John as a staple of every holiday dinner. Here you'll find Maud Lewis's cat, Alex Colville's horse, and the glamour of our own Hollywood East. We flock to Lawrencetown surf and the Wanderers turf. Oh, and by the way, it's pronounced scallop, not scallop. Port Royal was Canada's first permanent European settlement, but it was founded in the world that Glooscap created. Le Grand Derangement was our greatest tragedy, but at least we know where Cajuns are from. We're the home of Canada's Navy, the Security Forum, and NATO's R&D. We're the birthplace of the Rock's father, Theodore Tugboat, and of George Dixon's right hand. We were the first in the country to legalize that love is love, and ours is the province where Viola Desmond sat wherever she damn well pleased. Because of trade, we were the richest province in Confederation in 1867, and now the rest of Canada is again following our interprovincial lead. Inspired by the Black Loyalists, the Trelawney Maroons, we will not be bullied by those that look to oppress. We were the first province in Canada, the first port of call for generations of new Canadians, and we will never be the 51st of anything. My name is Tim, and I am Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia is a place where you're never more than 35 kilometres from the sea and where people care deeply about our oceans, our coast, our coastlines, and each other. Where we understand that in the places where we play and sing and swim, coastal erosion and sea level rise is real and action is needed. We're the province that invented the game of waltz, where the people of this land have been performing gojwa for thousands of years. We are a people who love hockey, yes, nowhere more than in Dartmouth, and where we have worked to address the darker side of the sport and encourage generations of kids and coaches to play. We love our water, and here in Mi'kma'ki, we have been paddling our waters for millennia, only recently in a way that again and again brings home the gold. We're a province of immigrants. From the Loyalists to Maroons to Syrians to Ukrainians, we are a place where we work hard to make people feel welcome because we are all treaty people and guests in this beautiful place. Where names like Paul, LeBlanc, MacDonald, Rankin, and Beals run deep, but so do names like Hamid and Arab. We are the home of responsible government, but still a place where more Johns than women have been elected to public office, where nonetheless we have pushed to form an elected body that represents the citizens of our province, and to fight for the things that matter most to them, and to right historical wrongs and ensure that all Nova Scotians have a seat at the table. We are a small place with 10 universities conducting exciting research on everything from batteries to biology to ocean technology, and where learning is something we don't just treasure, but we can see happening all around us. We're a place where Pictou County Pizza and Cape Breton Pizza have their legions of followers, but where falafel and fattoush and moose meat and pho all also make up the fabric of our regional cuisine. We treasure our local food. We are the only place with a regional wine appellation in North America, one where we can taste the terroir of this ancient land with every delicious sip of Tidal Bay, and a place that treasures the fruit of our oceans, where in the city we know that the back of a truck is a better bet than the tank at the store. We are a place of beautiful and historic diversity, from the Francophonie and historical communities to right here in HRM, from African Nova Scotians who have been here for over 400 years to members of the African diaspora that have been arriving in waves ever since. From the pride flags proudly waving across this province to the churches, mosques, temples, and places of worship in every corner of Nova Scotia. We are a people who serve. We serve our families, our communities, and our country through successive generations. We take care of each other with humility and love. And when people ask if we need anything, we can always point to someone who needs something more, and then we make sure they get it. We are Nova Scotians. We are proud of our province, of our successes, of our cultures, and of our children. We are humble. We reward hard works and reject gimmicks. We lift each other up. We are Nova Scotians, and we are Canadians.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place on the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq and on the land that African Nova Scotians have lived on for over 400 years. As a proud Nova Scotian and a proud Cape Bretoner. From Sydney to Yarmouth, from Amherst to Prospect, our people listen to one another and we care about our communities. We pay attention. And I can tell you Cape Bretoners pay extra attention when people from the mainland try to tell us what to do. I grew up here. I chose to raise my family here. And every day it is an honor to sit in this legislature as a representative in this province. We all have the privilege to be here today in this part of history in this legislature to celebrate, to protect, and to support Nova Scotia the best that we can. Whether it's supporting our neighbor in need, fighting to protect what's right, or standing up for our values, we always come together. The Premier rightfully pointed out that Nova Scotia is the birthplace of responsible government, and that's why Nova Scotians pay attention when their government oversteps their bounds. We take our democracy seriously. We believe in accountability and fairness, and most of all, we believe in one another. No matter the challenge, no matter the storm, Nova Scotians stand together. We show up for our neighbors. We lift each other up. That's who we are, and that's why I'm proud to call Nova Scotia home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A government notice of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas emergencies can happen at any time, day and night, and require police, fire, or emergency medical services to act quickly to save lives and protect property. And whereas the 911 telecommunicators and dispatchers and Shubenacadie Radio Communications Centre staff are the heroes behind the headset, helping Nova Scotians when they are the most vulnerable and challenging situations. And whereas Nova Scotians count on these dedicated and committed employees to be on the other end of the phone any time of the day and night and provide assistance by answering hundreds of thousands of calls for help. Therefore, it be resolved that members of the legislature show our appreciation and thanks to Nova Scotians 911 telecommunicators and dispatchers and recognize April 13th to the 19th as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Thank you for your service. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas World Theatre Day is celebrated annually on March 27th by the international theatre community, honoring the power of theatre to bring people together, foster dialogue, and deepen understanding. And whereas theatre is a vital part of Nova Scotia's cultural fabric, providing meaningful opportunities for creativity and artistic expression, and reflecting the diversity of voices, stories, and experiences that make up our vibrant province. And whereas Nova Scotians working in the performing arts contribute to a thriving creative sector that supports good jobs, attracts tourism, and drives economic growth in our communities. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing March 27th as World Theatre Day in Nova Scotia and encourage Nova Scotians to celebrate and experience live theatre in their communities. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby request that the following motion be adopted without notice pursuant to Rule 32.5 of the Rules and Forms of the Procedure of the House of Assembly. Be it resolved that all congratulatory motions deposited with the clerk pursuant to Rule 32.3 of the Rules and Forms of the Procedure of the House of Assembly from February 14th, 2025 to the rising of the House today that have not been otherwise considered by the House Assembly be approved.
Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Sorry, everybody. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish Mobile Care Teams for Mental Health.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Halifax Citadel Sable Island. Last day, I got to mess up at least once. To introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Mobile Care Teams for Mental Health.
Bill 118, an act to establish mobile care teams for mental health.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Fair Representation for Independent Members in the House of Assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Fair Representation of Independent Members of the House of Assembly.
Bill 119, an act to ensure fair representation for independent members of the House of Assembly.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill on behalf of the member for Halifax Armdale entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting comfort in long-term care.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Home for Special Care Act, respecting comfort in long-term care.
Bill 120, an act to amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting comfort in long-term care.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 46 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Building Code Act, respecting mass timber.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 46 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Building Code Act, respecting mass timber.
Bill 121, an act to amend Chapter 46 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Building Code Act, respecting mass timber.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statute 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197, the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act.
Bill 122, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 36 of the Acts of 2022, the Housing Supply and Services Act.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 36 of the Acts of 2022, the Housing Supply and Services Act.
Bill 123, an act to amend Chapter 36 of the Acts of 2022, the Housing Supply and Services Act.
Ordered that the bill be read on a future day. A second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Prevent the Contamination of Drinking Water.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prevent the Contamination of Drinking Water.
Bill 124, an act to prevent the contamination of drinking water.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Establish a Provincial Lake Advisory Commission.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Provincial Lake Advisory Commission.
Bill 125, an act to establish a Provincial Lake Advisory Commission.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill and act to amend Chapter 208 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Hospitals Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 208 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Hospitals Act.
Bill 126, an act to amend Chapter 208 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Hospitals Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Madam Speaker, I
I beg leave to return to tabling reports, regulations, and other papers.
There's been a request to revert back. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I wish to table some answers of questions that we were asked at estimates that we committed to providing the answers for.
Good Minister.
The paper is tabled. Okay. Notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas for more than 200 years, Africville was home to a community of African Nova Scotians located on the shores of the Bedford Basin until the 1960s, when the City of Halifax obtained the Africville lands, causing residents to be relocated, resulting in the loss of the community. Whereas according to a 1973 Africville Relocation Report Supplement conducted by Donald H. Claremont and Dennis W. McGill of the Institute of Public Affairs at Dalhousie University, there was no organized Africville presence during the mechanics phase of relocation, and powerlessness and community strains characterized relocatee orientation at the community level. Whereas point 3 of the Africville Act 2005 stated, the government of the province shall issue a public apology to former residents of Africville and their descendants for the destruction of Africville, yet no such apology was issued by the provincial government on its own behalf. Instead, being left to Mayor Peter Kelly following the February 2010 settlement in the case of Africville Genealogy Society et al. Versus City of Halifax. Therefore, be it resolved that the House instructs the Standing Committee on Community Services to consider the harmful impact of not honoring point 3 of the Africville Act 2005, and further instructs the committee to bring forward a public apology to former residents of Africville and their descendants for the destruction of Africville, and in said apology, recognize Africville for its aforementioned significance to Haligonian and Nova Scotian history. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the following resolution. Whereas Transgender Day of Visibility happens annually on March 31st and is dedicated to raising awareness of transgender, genderqueer, non-binary, gender questioning, agender, and all gender expansive people's resilience, passions, and contributions to the world. And whereas the Department of Education undertook a process to update the Nova Scotia 2014 guidelines to support trans and gender diverse students through consultation with youth, teachers, and community members, with the expectation that the guidelines will be strengthened and reaffirm that students have their right to their pronoun and their name to be used. And where it has been recently confirmed that the guidelines will not be tabled, furthering fears amongst young queer and trans folks that their right to exist and ability to thrive will be further eroded in Nova Scotia, while at the same time reporting the worst social inclusion outcomes in the Nova Scotia Student Success Survey. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly show its urgent concern for the well-being of trans and gender diverse Nova Scotian youth by referring the questions of how to foster their well-being in Nova Scotia to the Standing Committee on Community Services, and directing the committee to report back to the House its recommendations to improve outcomes for trans and gender diverse students. I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we're joined by Danny Kavanagh, who is no stranger to this House as the President of the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour. I'd ask Danny to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the contributions of a great Nova Scotian, the President of the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, Danny Kavanagh. For over 45 years, Danny has been a steadfast champion of the labour movement, dedicating his life to fighting for workers' rights, fair wages, and better working conditions. His deep involvement in politics has been instrumental in shaping policies that protect and support workers, ensuring their voices are heard at every level of government. Danny recently announced that he will be retiring. While we wish him rest and relaxation and saving some kilometers on his car, I bet, in retirement, we know that the fight for justice is in Danny's blood and are confident that there are still picket lines to be walked, rights to be fought for, and workers to be championed in Danny's future. Danny, on behalf of all working people in this province, thank you for everything.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're on our last day, so there'll be a few thank yous in member statements today. But I want to rise and recognize my colleague, the member from Timberlea Prospect, who has been on this journey with us as we have gone through our first legislative session as 2 veteran MLAs that made it through the last provincial election. We're critics of 16 departments each. We serve on every committee and we take on every role, not only in here, but in the office and in the many communities across the province. It is an honor to serve with him. He's a former premier of this province. And as difficult as it may have been election night, I am seeing promise across this province and the country for the Liberal Party. A renewed energy within our party and a renewed energy with people across this province and the country that see a new party with new energy. But most importantly, I rise to recognize my friend. I'm so happy to be on this journey with him. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Purple Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness about epilepsy and to celebrate the remarkable story of its founder, Cassidy Megan. In 2008, at the young age of 9 years old, Cassidy, a young girl from Nova Scotia, shared her experience living with epilepsy. Despite her initial fears of being bullied, she found the courage to educate her peers, fostering understanding and showing compassion. Recognizing the need for a greater awareness, Cassidy envisioned a day dedicated to epilepsy, choosing purple as the symbol to reflect the diversity of seizures and the lavender flowers association with the condition. With the support of the Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes, Cassidy's vision grew into an international movement. Today, Purple Day is celebrated in more than 100 countries, uniting individuals, families, and organizations. On June 28, 2012, Cassidy's dream was realized when Purple Day was officially recognized in Canada. Madam Speaker, Cassidy Megan's story is a testament to the power of courage, advocacy, and community. Let's all wear our purple with pride as we raise awareness and stand united with those living with epilepsy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relevant to my colleague from Halifax Needham's member statement.
Please do.
Thank you very much. Okay, I had to get through that. Madam Speaker, in your gallery today is Stu Metz and their partner, Stephanie. Stu is a great supporter of local, a wonderful creative, and an award-winning photographer. I welcome Stu to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and this is how we share the love. I rise to recognize Stu Metz, a full-time freelance photographer who has served our community through capturing events like the 2023 Prismatic Arts Festival, 2024 Halifax Pride Parade, and the 2024 Wavemakers Tour. The incredible photos taken from these events highlight the diversity of both people and talents that our province is home to. A performer themselves, they have further contributed to Halifax Needham and Halifax Shabukto by fundraising for essential organizations like Out of the Cold Community Association. Stu has created a powerful portfolio that reflects who they are behind the lens, putting a spotlight on the beauty and resilience of queer joy. Stu has been a devoted photographer for over 10 years. They have given the Gold Award. They have been given the Gold Award for Best Photography from the Coast, Best of Halifax Readers' Choice Awards for 4 years in a row. And Madam Speaker, please join me in applauding Stu Metz for their continued devotion to the arts and their community. Thank you, Stu.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize Purple Day as well. It's a day that Cassidy Megan started. She's from the Prospect area. And I want to acknowledge her family members that have been with her along this journey, especially her mom, Angela McCarthy, and her grandmother. And she started this when she was just 9 years old. So this goes back before any of us were in the House today. There was a lot of support from all levels of government. And it's celebrated now in over 100 countries. And she reminded me, even Antarctica. So every continent in the world actually celebrates Purple Day. And it started by young Cassidy. So the member for Sydney Member 2 and I had a chance to celebrate with Cassidy at the gala this weekend. It was great to see another member of the House there as well. But for many, this is not just a medical condition, it's a daily challenge that requires greater understanding and support. And today we wear purple to stand with the more than 300,000 Canadians living with epilepsy to raise awareness and to reaffirm our commitment to making our communities more inclusive and informed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby-Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize International Transgender Day of Visibility on March 31st. It's a day to celebrate the resilience, contributions, and experiences of transgender individuals in Nova Scotia and across the globe. This day calls on us to confront discrimination while uplifting transgendered voices. It fosters understanding, builds empathy, and creates safer spaces for transgender Nova Scotians to live openly and authentically. Madam Speaker, our government, and I know all members in this House, are committed to building a more inclusive and equitable society, not only today, but every day. This is why we've developed meaningful initiatives such as our 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan, and we are taking concrete steps to address systemic issues and advance inclusion for all. I encourage Nova Scotians to use this opportunity to be educated on transgendered identities and experiences, and to amplify transgender voices, and to stand as allies against transphobia. Madam Speaker, let's use this day to affirm our commitment to building a Nova Scotia where every person, regardless of race, gender, identity, race, can live with dignity and pride. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction related to my member statement.
Please do.
In the gallery, is that the West Gallery?
West.
The gallery opposite. We have a few folks joining us from the Upper Hammonds Plains Community Land Trust. And we have Curtis Wiley, Melissa Marsman, and Carolee Oliver. And I'd like to ask them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today because I am beyond proud to share that the Upper Hammonds Plains Community Land Trust, the Upper Hammonds Plains Housing Co-op, will receive $61.2 million to build 136 new co-op homes. This means 136 new townhome units are coming to our historic African Nova Scotian community, marking the largest Black-led housing development of its kind in Nova Scotia. This milestone reflects years of community visioning, organizing, and perseverance. Together, The Upper Hammonds Plains Community Land Trust are reclaiming land, building housing, and creating a legacy of community-led development grounded in dignity, affordability, and self-determination. Transformation is possible. They are proving the power of the Community Land Trust model to break the barriers of disenfranchisement and opening the doors to incredible possibilities. This is only the beginning. I want to tell you all, keep up the great work and keep building for us, by us. Our ancestors are rejoicing. Each of you are living stones in the construction of God's kingdom. Many blessings, and thank you very much for your hard work.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place because we all know that we've been in here for a number of weeks now doing the work that we're elected to do. And I rise in my place to recognize everyone involved with the legislature, our wonderful help that's on the floor supporting us each and every day in our pages, everybody that's involved with Ledge TV, all of the staff, all of the commissionaires, Hansard. I don't know how Hansard does it with us sometimes, but it makes it in the records. But I do want to rise in my place. A lot goes into the operation of this place. A lot goes into, it's a lot of long hours for staff. We're around the clock, different hours of the day. But we couldn't do it without them, so I rise in my place to recognize everyone involved in the legislature, all the staff of the legislature, and everybody that is involved with ensuring that we can be here to do the work that we're elected to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to mark a day of profound importance. National Indigenous Languages Day in March, that is March 31st. On that day, we celebrate the strength, resilience, and the cultural richness of First Nations languages spoken across Canada. Here in Nova Scotia, we proclaimed legislation recognizing the Mi'kmaq as Nova Scotia's first language in 2022. Our government is committed to supporting these efforts. Earlier this month, we worked in collaboration to launch the Mi'kmaq Language Revitalization Strategy. This will support the growth and sustainability of the Mi'kmaq language throughout the province. Through the Department of Old Affairs, we are working to ensure Indigenous voices help guide policies, as we recognize the true progress comes from working together in partnerships. We are witnessing amazing work being done to reclaim and revitalize Indigenous languages, from immersing programs to digital archiving, to preserve ancestral knowledge. Significant strides have been made in this work of language promotion and revitalization. Let's create a Nova Scotia where Indigenous languages thrive as living languages today and tomorrow. On National Indigenous Languages Day, let's ensure Indigenous languages are not only honored as part of our past, but celebrating as part of our present and future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax City, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize pride associations across Nova Scotia who play a vital role in fostering inclusion and advocacy and celebrations for the 2S LGBTQI+ community in our province. So first of all, I have to let you know that there's probably a pride in your community. So I have a list here. If I missed one, shout it out, but get ready for Pride. And it's so great. We don't have just one Pride Day. We don't even have a Pride Month in Nova Scotia. We actually have a Pride Year, which is kind of amazing. So we have Prides coming up in Truro, Hants County, Annapolis Royal, Annapolis Valley, Ingonish, Petite Riviere, on the South Shore, Yarmouth, Shelburne, Cape Breton, CBRM, Pictou County, Amherst, Eastern Shore. Did I miss any? Mark your calendars, get to know your local community, and also mark your calendars now for July 19th. That's the Halifax Pride Parade. We'd love to see everybody there this year. And as well, you can get really ready for 2027 because due to the dedication of the Halifax Pride Board, staff, and volunteers, Halifax will host Canada Pride in 2027, a first for Atlantic Canada. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we come near to the end of this session, I just want to say a special shout out and thank you to the incredible people that I have working with me back in Cumberland North and also here in the legislature. So I'll start with Dan Gould. And I don't know if my staff are watching or not, Madam Speaker. Sometimes they all watch, and sometimes they have to shut it off because they can't handle watching it. But I don't know. If you're watching, I just want to say thank you. Dan is one of these people. He's just steady and strong. Shows up every day early. He's so dedicated and loyal. I thank him for that. I want to thank Alex, who is here with me in the legislature, my legislative assistant. He loves politics and has for a long time, and I just appreciate the passion he has for politics. I also want to say a big shout out to Gladys Kosh and Ann Keddy, who are both retired, but work with me part-time, and I appreciate their wisdom and their expertise. Thank you to all of them. I appreciate them so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the opening of the Colchester Cardiac Clinic at the Colchester East Hants Health Centre. This new clinic is a game changer for the residents of Truro, Colchester, and surrounding communities, bringing specialized cardiac care closer to home. By reducing travel to Halifax and improving access to timely diagnostics and treatment, this clinic enhances patient care and quality of life. The clinic's focus on heart failure and acute coronary syndrome patients, along with its integration of advanced technologies like stress, will undoubtedly make a significant difference in the lives of many. Thanks to the generosity of the Colchester East Hants Health Center Foundation, this clinic is already making a positive impact, reducing hospital readmissions and ensuring patients receive the care that they need. Here's to improved heart health and better patient outcomes for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, last month, members of this House marked Pink Shirt Day by wearing pink and making member statements about the perils of bullying. Unfortunately, more and more frequently, it is governments and politicians across both Canada and the U.S. being the bullies, specifically when it comes to the trans and queer community. In January, federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre said that he was only aware of 2 genders. I am personally aware of a gorgeous array of genders, and I'm privileged to be friends and work with many non-binary and gender-diverse people. Recently, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith did an interview with the U.S. news platform bragging about her government's laws that limit gender-affirming health care for trans youth, making schools less safe and welcoming for trans students, and preventing trans women from participating in women's sport. But on a bright note, this fall, New Brunswickers voted for a government that reversed the policy that would not let trans students use their pronouns and names at school without alerting their parents. So I urge each and every MLA here to push back against this type of anti-2S LGBTQIA+ bullying in concrete ways during this particularly frightening moment. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I might run a little long, so I apologize. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a remarkable young man, Carter Myra. At just 16, Carter has shown strength most of us can only hope to have. After being diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma, a rare and aggressive cancer, Carter has faced every challenge with courage, grit, and an unbreakable spirit. Carter is surrounded by love. His parents, Craig and Dawn, twin brother Carmen and sister Cameron, and an entire community standing with him. Their bond, their love, and their strength as a family are truly something special. Many know Craig as an educator and a community leader. I know him as a friend and someone I lean on. Now it's our turn to stand with him and Dawn and with their amazing kids. To the Myra family, Spryfield, Halifax, Nova Scotia is behind you. We love you, we believe in you, and we are with you every step of the way. On a personal note, Craig, Dawn, and the entire Myra family truly embody what it means to be a Nova Scotian family. Their love for one another, their kindness, and the way they lift up our community, it's something you feel the moment you're around them. Their strength is quiet but powerful, and their hearts are full of grace. I love you more than words can say. Get better, Carter.
I will make sure my Sebastian sees that, as he knows Carter as well. I recognize the honourable member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my beautiful colleague forgot one, and that is watch out for Escazoni's Pride, because it's going to be good. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Cape Breton Parade's 25th anniversary. The 25th Cape Breton Pride Parade will take place August 8th to 15th. The parade has been growing over the past 25 years, Madam Speaker. What started off as a small little parade with just a few cars has now grown into hundreds of participants on the floor, hundreds of floats, Madam Speaker. The pride just keeps growing, and as a participant who someone who's been participating in Pride for so many years now, I can't tell you the immense joy you get from walking and seeing all generations waving their flags, showing the support for the 2S LGBTQIA community. I ask everybody to join in a Pride Parade in your community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to wish a happy birthday to 3 of my sisters. I have several siblings. So, as my brother Vaughn says, there's some in the family picture and some that are not. Some compare my father to Abraham. So 3 of my sisters celebrate on the same day today, 20 years apart. So happy birthday to Cheryl. She lives in St. Louis, Missouri. So we have a lot of interesting conversations, as you can imagine, these days. And my sister Melissa, who is 20 years younger than Cheryl, and she's celebrating back home. And she actually lived with Murray and I in her grade 12 year. We had the blessing of having her with us while we had 4 small young children. And I love them both so much. And my sister Kim celebrated, she turned the big 5-0 on Sunday. So to all 3 of my sisters that are celebrating this weekend, Kim, Melissa, and Cheryl, happy birthday. I love you guys all so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm changing my member statement on the fly here. I'd like to take a moment to recognize former councillor Russell Walker, who passed away today after a long, hard fight with cancer. Russell was a personal friend as well as a mentor of mine while I was on council, and many residents of Fairview would know Russell not only as the councillor but also as a teacher at Fairview Junior High. He was first elected to represent District 15 Fairview Clayton Park in 1994 and served for 27 years as a dedicated his life to personal service and the residents of that constituency. Russell was a member of the Grants Committee for 27 years. He was on Federation of the Municipalities, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and a number of other committees, and I want to send my sincere condolences to his daughter Laurel as well as his son Jason, and use his catchphrase, "Here we go again." Speaker, I'd like to ask members of the legislature if they would stand and give a moment of silence for Russell Walker, please.
You may be seated. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, starting this weekend, Muslims around the world will celebrate Eid al-Fitr, the conclusion of the holy month of Ramadan. Eid is a 3-day celebration, and for those who are unfamiliar with the holiday, the anticipation and the joy of this special occasion would be comparable to Christmas. There are many practices and traditions to celebrate Eid around the world, which include Salat al-Eid, which is a communal prayer, Zakat al-Fitr, or charitable giving, as well as gift giving and buying new clothes, which was my most favorite part growing up. It is a time to gather and have fun with loved ones, as well as a time to show gratitude and reflect upon the spiritual journey of Ramadan. I ask members of this House to join me in wishing all Muslims around the world a happy Eid. I'll share a few quick Arabic greetings. كل عام وانتم بخير. May you be well every year. تقبل الله منا ومنكم صالح الأعمال. May Allah accept ours and your good deeds. Happy Eid.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with a personal announcement. Madam Speaker, I am engaged. After, yes, she knows. She knows. After almost 8 years together, after moving in together in 2021, building a house together in 2022, I proposed and she accepted. My wonderful fiance, Kelly B, as she's known affectionately in our house. She is so wonderful and amazing and does such a great job picking up the slack in the house when I'm in the house. She's a wonderful mother to her 2 sons, Alec and Beckett. She's a wonderful role model for my daughter, Maya. I'm incredibly fortunate and blessed that she accepted my proposal, and I look forward to a lifetime of happiness. So thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the artistic contributions to Nova Scotia from the team at Live Heist. For over 8 years now, Live Heist has been demonstrating its genre-bending, gender-expansive, inclusive art to Nova Scotians. Heist is the brainchild and creative platform for Richie Wilcox, Erin Collier, and Sylvia Bell. The community was founded in 2016, and within its short existence, the award-winning trio have created and toured numerous works, including The Princess Show, New Waterford Boy, Face, Princess Rules, Nature vs. Nation, and Frequencies. And coming up this summer, keep your eyes out for Coal Bowl Queen, that shows the expanse of seeking inclusion and acceptance in one of our province's most famous sporting events. On behalf of all of us, thank you to Live Heist for sharing joy and creativity.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to give a big thank you to everyone who has worked to make this sitting of the legislature run so smoothly. It takes so many amazing people to keep this legislature running as well as it does. Thank you to all of the staff here, including the Sergeant-at-Arms, the clerks, the pages, and the staff at Ledge TV. You all do a wonderful job keeping our MLAs on track. There are so many people behind the scenes who never get to see this chamber. The staff who work for our caucus offices are a constant support for us, whether it's putting together last-minute speeches or making sure that our member statements are in good order. And of course, our constituency assistants run our offices while we're here. Madam Speaker, the MLAs may be the face of this legislature, but we are only a small part of what makes this legislature function. And of course, on our last day, hopefully, of the legislature, we'd just like to give a shout out to our wonderful reporter, Jean Laroche, on his retirement and acknowledge the great work that he did for the province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to table the quote that I referenced yesterday for you, efficient use of time, and that's the George Bernard Shaw quote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Tabled. Order. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. This is oral questions put by members to the minister. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia has legislated climate goals, including reducing emissions by 53% by 2030. We have a provincial program created by this government to incentivize industrial polluters to reduce emissions and meet those climate goals. But as recently as yesterday, the Minister of Environment said that this system is working for large industrial polluters, and then the Premier wouldn't say if he thought that the output-based pricing system should continue. We know that the environment is a major concern for Nova Scotians, so I'd like to ask the Premier, will he clearly state if he believes that industrial polluters should have to pay?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud of the leadership that this province has shown on legislating environmental goals. The work of the minister is second to none across the country, and we support the goals. We all know we have an obligation to protect our planet for future generations, and we will certainly do our part in government, as we have with legislation, in fact.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope sometime in the future we'll get an answer from the Premier about whether he supports his own output-based pricing program. The issue of pollution from industrial projects in our province is clear, and it's been Nova Scotians who have been left footing the bill for generations. In 2019, the Auditor General found that the province recorded a staggering $370 million liability for contaminated sites, and those are only the ones on the books. Now this government is pushing forward their plans to allow fracking in our province. What does the Premier have to say to Nova Scotians who are worried about the impact of fracking on their properties and drinking water and the costs that this could create for our province?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a great process for reviewing industrial approvals and making sure that things are done safely. It's a great process. It works. There's no need to scare Nova Scotians and make believe that there's no process. There is a process, but we are going to have the discussion in this province. We have removed the bans, and it is time to have adult discussions about what is possible so we can grow the economy and afford to deliver the services that Nova Scotians have a right to expect. We feel that obligation. We will take the no out of Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have and we recognize the environmental assessment process, but when the Premier was asked yesterday if discussions would happen outside of that, in fact, his answer was not clear. When he says discussions, what he means is we're going to plow ahead with the projects that companies may or may not want to pursue here, and they will do the bare minimum through the processes that we have to engage with Nova Scotians. So I want to ask the Premier again, when he says we're lifting the bans to start a conversation, what does that conversation look like? How is he engaging, and how are Nova Scotians going to have a part in the conversation about the future of our natural resource strategy?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
There is a well-established process. It works just fine. Previous governments, the NDP had decided to take uranium out of that process. We're putting it back in that process. The Liberal government had decided to take natural gas out of that process. We're putting it back in. Madam Speaker, we're not okay with being dependent on the United States for our energy sources. We're not okay with looking the other way from opportunities to lift up Nova Scotia. We will move ahead, and the opposition can join us in supporting Nova Scotians should they choose, or they can continue to scare Nova Scotians. I wish they get on board behind Nova Scotians. That's where Nova Scotians are.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same topic, Madam Speaker, last night the government lifted bans on uranium mining and fracking. We've heard from communities and environmental experts and concerned Nova Scotians who have questions. Yet we haven't heard from a single business or an individual who has submitted any applications. Ministers and the Premier have claimed this will bring $6 billion in investment. If that's the case, surely there are projects ready to go. To the Premier, now that the ban is lifted, when can Nova Scotia expect to see the first economic benefits that were promised?
I I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The potential for this province is absolutely staggering. I am so excited about the potential for this province. Nova Scotians are excited about the potential of this province. They want to move forward. There are those who want to hold Nova Scotia back. Don't count us in that group, Madam Speaker. Count us in the group that want to move forward. And I just want to be clear to those who want to come here and develop and help grow our economy. The first stop is not to submit the application to the two-member Liberal caucus. The first step is to work with the government on that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Some new talking points, Madam Speaker, some new speaking points. Madam Speaker, the people of this province didn't have this conversation about these bans to be lifted during the election. And the government said there will be environmental assessments, but we know that accepting written submissions isn't the same as real consultation. There are a lot of questions from communities, and rightfully so, that they have questions about what's taking place now that these bans are lifted, particularly around fracking. And it's important that we have those conversations with the communities. How will the Premier ensure meaningful consultation with Nova Scotians occurs before these projects move forward?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we'll follow the process, of course. It's an established process. It's a respected process. There's lots to talk about. You know, in this session, there was lots to talk about as well. We could have been talking about an over $17 billion budget that invests about $6 billion in healthcare, that invests close to $2 billion in seniors, that invests in school lunches. Madam Speaker, these are the things that we want to talk about. That budget is there. Those members all voted against it. Madam Speaker, those members even voted against an increase to the minimum wage in this province, Madam Speaker. We are positive on the future of this province. We are bullish, and we're moving forward, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I think if that question around the banning was on the election ballot, I think there'd be a few more Liberals in here. But Madam Speaker, the people of this province didn't vote for these bans to be lifted. It wasn't talked about on the campaign trail. And the government said there will be environmental assessments, but we know that accepting written submissions isn't the same as real consultation. There are serious health and safety concerns that are coming forward from Nova Scotians. And all we're asking, Madam Speaker, to the Premier is can he outline what the consultation process is going to be for these communities that are going to start to see these projects?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, just a short little history lesson. We had an election. Nova Scotians put their trust in one party in a pretty resounding number, the largest caucus ever. Nobody on the campaign trail was talking about our biggest ally and trading partner declaring economic war with us. That wasn't on the ballot, Madam Speaker. But what Nova Scotians did is they said, who is the group of people that can lead us forward through whatever comes? And they put their trust in us, and I am honored. So we will respond to the issues of the day. We will govern in a way that Nova Scotians can be proud of and move this economy forward, and I can't wait to get going on it, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While speaking of the campaign, the number one thing I heard from Nova Scotians was their concern about affording a home. Yet in this sitting, we've heard next to nothing from the government on actually making sure people can afford their mortgages and their rent today. The new public housing units in this budget are welcome, but they are a drop in the bucket for the more than 35,000 Nova Scotians who can't afford their housing, and no action has been taken to keep people in their homes. People at every stage of life tell us that the cost of housing is too much. When will the Premier make sure that Nova Scotians actually have homes they can afford?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I'll remind the House that we are the first government to actually table and present a housing plan, Madam Speaker. I challenge the leader of the NDP to show and table in this legislature their housing plan, Madam Speaker. We've seen unprecedented growth in our province. Yes, there are challenges with that growth, but there are so many opportunities. We are focused on continuing to support Nova Scotians to create the environment to build more housing, Madam Speaker. 18 months into our housing plan, we're meeting and exceeding all of those targets, and we'll continue that work.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, seniors are worried about being priced out of their homes. More and more young people can't ever see being able to afford to buy one, and we don't even have a Department of Housing. Yet there was nothing in this sitting to protect renters or help put more Nova Scotians on a path to home ownership. The only action taken is to make it easier to evict people sooner. A family's home is their biggest expense, and we know people are having a harder and harder time making ends meet. Will the Premier do the right thing and take action to ensure that people can afford their homes and the life that they want to live here?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, I find it absolutely shameful that a leader of a political party would dismiss the work of public servants leading work on housing, Madam Speaker. They work in the Department of Growth and Development. Perhaps the member opposite missed the memo there, but there's important work that's being done, and to dismiss the work that's being done by these staff, absolutely ridiculous. Madam Speaker, I will remind the member that we have a housing plan. Again, I'll talk forever about this great work. We're meeting and exceeding our targets, Madam Speaker. We're investing in rent supplements. We're investment in public housing. Perhaps the member can tell me and all members of this House which public housing units that she doesn't want in her constituency, and we can bring them elsewhere.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, Brandy Wynot is a survivor of intimate partner violence. She spent 4 years living in fear while her alleged abuser keeps skipping court dates with no real consequences. She's had to beg the RCMP to act on his arrest warrant, only to be ignored. No survivor should have to fight this hard for justice. Will the minister fix this broken system and make sure abusers face consequences when they skip court dates?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, we have an epidemic of violence across this province, and intimate partner and domestic violence is an epidemic. And what I want to assure the member is that this is a very serious issue, and there have been tremendous investments across all government departments in order to deal with this issue. And I want to assure the member that there are a lot of issues that are in front of the Department of Justice, as well as the Department of Equity and Anti-Racism, as well as the Department of Council for the Status of Women. And we are looking forward to more actions coming in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, the justice system is failing victims of intimate partner violence. Brandy Wynot's case has been delayed for 4 years while her abuser walks free. Experts say the system isn't built to support survivors, and Brandy says she feels like she doesn't matter. Will the minister take action now to stop these delays and ensure survivors get the justice that they deserve?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. There are certainly delays in the justice system. I will agree wholeheartedly with that. And so the department has taken a number of actions to streamline what has become an incredibly complex process. 20 years ago, we did not have artificial intelligence and body cameras and video cameras filming things. So the amount of evidence that our police officers and RCMP officers have to collect is so astronomically greater than it used to be. And so there are a number of actions that the Department of Justice is taking, that Public Prosecution Services is taking in order to streamline the process, get justice for Nova Scotians, and there is more to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Citadel Sable, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were relieved to hear that this government will take swift action and support flying diverse flags at Nova Scotia schools. These flags are more than symbols. They tell Mi'kmaq, African Nova Scotian, Acadian, and 2S LGBTQIA+ students, staff, family, and community members that they belong. Students and staff have a right to visible representation and celebration, not just inside the school, but outside too. What steps is this government taking to ensure that these communities will continue to be represented at schools across the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. We want to make sure that every student, I've said this and I'll continue to say this for as long as I have the ability to breathe, that every youth, every adult, every person in this province is welcomed, whether no matter their race, religion, or who they love, Madam Speaker. And when I heard about the flag issue, Madam Speaker, we dealt with it immediately, Madam Speaker. We want to make sure that when children walk into those schools, Madam Speaker, that they feel warm, they feel welcome, and they have an environment that is safe for them to learn in.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, if this government is truly committed to ensuring that diverse Nova Scotians feel included, we've given lots of ideas over this session and past ones. We want to help government members stand up to do more and publicly support communities. The Premier said yesterday that we host flag raisings here at Province House and that he has participated in a number of them himself. We are hosting a flag raising on March 31st for the Transgender Day of Visibility. And soon after that, we'll be back for May 17th, the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia. So I'd like to extend an invitation in person. Will the Premier commit to attending the flag raising for Transgender Day of Visibility on Monday at noon?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say that there has been a lot of ideas put forward here this session, but also, Madam Speaker, there's been even more ideas and consultation that was done by the previous Minister of Education and the department when it comes to LGBTQI rights, when it comes to African Nova Scotian rights, when it comes to Acadians, when it comes to the diversity that we have here in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. The Code of Conduct will come out soon, Madam Speaker, and when it comes out, we are doing our absolute best to make sure that all students are encapsulated into it. If it's not, we'll continue to work on it and make sure that it is. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This past September, the province brought in new policing standards and gave agencies a year before they are audited. The RCMP, however, responded with assurances that they are already meeting or exceeding the standards, and I found that to be an interesting comment. One of the critical issues that needs to be addressed is improving interagency response. The policing review is expected next month. However, as a matter of public safety, I want to ask if there are clear MOUs signed amongst all of our municipal forces and the RCMP to ensure that when more than one agency is involved across Nova Scotia, that we know that there are clear expectations on who the lead is and that there is better communication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the important question. The inter-municipal and inter-police agencies is incredibly important that that process be as efficient as possible, and that is why we introduced new policing standards. The police and RCMP have a year to develop those standards, and then we are going to start auditing them, and that is going to be a very robust process. So I'm not going to preconceive what they're going to develop over the next several months. We're going to give them time to do that, and I respect that process. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A clear recommendation in the Mass Casualty Commission is that the RCMP, quote, retain tasks that are suitable to a federal policing agency and identify what responsibilities are better reassigned to other agencies, potentially new agencies, and I'll table that. This is not the first review that criticized the issue of the province's dual policing model, and since then a 2023 study found that leadership is disconnected, the governance models are separate, operating models are distinct, and there's no coordination of resources and limited operability. And that's a study I'll table. Ms. Lynn Gallant, Blackburn, cited this issue in her new book, in the murder case taking so long to lay charges on the late Paula Gallant's husband in Timberley. Can the minister say if the government has identified responsibilities to be reassigned to a different agency, and will the police report be ready next month?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, all members are aware that the Mass Casualty Commission continues to do the very important work that they are doing, and had an opportunity to meet with them last week. So I know that that work is ongoing and that their report will be coming out shortly in terms of how they feel that our government department is doing on implementing the recommendations. And I look forward to hearing that once it's released. In terms of the police review, I don't have an exact date, but I do know that it's coming up shortly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, over the last few weeks, I've asked about housing a number of times, and each time the minister has confidently said that this government's housing plan is working. But the fact remains that over 200 families are staying in government-funded motel rooms, and many others are doubling up with friends and family while they desperately search for housing that they can afford. Does the minister responsible for housing believe that the housing plan is working for these families?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, I have the confidence that our housing plan is working. It does take time. It does take time to build, Madam Speaker. If only a previous government, perhaps the Liberal government, or even the NDP government before that, had tabled a plan, introduced action to address the housing needs in this province, if they would invest in public housing, Madam Speaker, perhaps we'd be in a different situation. We are investing in public housing. We are investing in rent supplements, Madam Speaker. We're investing in community housing, in student housing, housing for healthcare workers, Madam Speaker. We know there's more work to get done, and we're going to continue doing it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These families are not the only ones struggling to find housing they can afford. We're hearing constantly from renters who are struggling with rental costs, fixed-term leases, and bad landlords. And this government has done nothing to improve access to rent supplements, has refused to implement real rent control or close the fixed-term lease loophole, and has continuously sided with landlords over tenants. So, Madam Speaker, what does the minister say to these Nova Scotians who the plan is not working for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, our goal is for Nova Scotians to find a safe and affordable place to call home. We know that we need to increase the supply. Our plan is working, Madam Speaker. We know, based on reports from CMHC and others, that vacancy rates are increasing, that supply is increasing, that rents are starting to stabilize, Madam Speaker. The member opposite references that we're not doing anything for rent supplements. That's absolutely false. Our government has increased its investment in rent supplements by 4 times, Madam Speaker. And I'll remind all Nova Scotians that that member voted against that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Sidney Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, 2 men in Halifax recently died after being tased when police were the only service available to respond to mental health crises. HRM Council recently approved the creation of a mental health crisis response team, which is a step to better safety and outcomes for people living with mental illness. This is an evidence-based approach that is in place across Canada and around the world, long called for by clinicians, police, and people living with mental health issues. Why won't this government commit to funding mental health crisis teams across the province now so all Nova Scotians can get the right help when they need it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for this important question. That was certainly a tragic incident that she's referring to, so I can't comment directly to those. I would say we're doing important work right now with the first pilot with a community-led crisis response model in Windsor. We've done significant work with different policing agencies across the province in terms of crisis interventions training. Specifically in Central Zone, there's a number of new services for acute mental health distress, acute mental health day hospitals, recovery support centers. So we're doing everything we can to increase care. We certainly have some ongoing conversations with HRM, and we'll continue to have those. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, pilot projects are important when you need to provide proof of concept, but mental health crisis teams have a body of national and international evidence that we can use. There's no question that the model works. There's other evidence that we aren't using in Nova Scotia for patient safety and better outcomes. For instance, this government's universal mental health program ignores existing models that center patient safety and deliver high-quality evidence-based care in a universal model. Will the minister commit to implementing patient safety measures in the universal mental health program starting April 1st?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say, I've had the opportunity to speak to many of our clinicians across the province over the last several years. They use evidence-based practice, patient-centered care, always involve the family to the best of their ability. To say that our clinicians don't use evidence-based care, I wouldn't agree with that. I think they do a fantastic job. There's certainly always more that we can do, and especially in terms of crisis response. And I think, with the pilots we're doing, with our commitment to universal access, it's really sending a message that we can always do more, but we're really doing everything that we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, this week the annual accountability report on emergency departments was officially scrapped. This move was not made because the problem of emergency department closures has been resolved. Quite the opposite. Actually, Madam Speaker, many rural emergency room departments continue to be closed on a regular basis. Can the Minister of Health explain why rural Nova Scotians are forced to deal with unpredictable access to emergency care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we worked very hard, both the department and Nova Scotia Health has worked really hard across the province with clinicians in particular. We know that there are a number of rural communities for a number of reasons where recruitment has been a bit of a struggle, but we are working directly with those clinicians to understand what is the model of care that they're best able to support the community in which they're living and working. So we understand we're looking at a variety of different ways to recruit new folks with the skill set that are required to work in rural emergency departments. We continue to work with clinicians who are working very, very hard to keep their hospitals and their offices and their nursing homes open to the very best of their ability. And I can assure Nova Scotians we are investing everything we have in order for that to happen.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I agree. Our healthcare workers work extremely hard. Madam Speaker, we can also easily, and as the Minister has reported a number of times in this House, we can easily go online and see look at our health room, emergency room closures. But this government, we can also see that this government has not fixed the emergency care in our province yet. Yesterday, Nova Scotia Health's website had 10 emergency department disruptions notices, and today it is up to 11, and I'll table that. But what we can't see is whether or not this government is either making progress to reduce closures or making the problem worse. Why doesn't this government want Nova Scotians to see whether and where progress is being made on emergency room department closures?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I certainly want to thank all of the folks that have helped with the recruitment. We have so many more physicians in this province than we did 3 years ago, 4 years ago, Madam Speaker. We have a competitive contract looking at longitudinal family medicine, making sure that people are compensated for the work that they do in their office. We are now looking at rural longitudinal family medicine. We are in markets across the world. We have looked at economic mobility for our physicians, first in the country. There are a number of things that are happening. We are leading the country in terms of recruitment, retention, and certainly we are seen as a province, the little province that could, in order to bring healthcare workers to this province to care for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Long-Term Care and Seniors. Cumberland County has 304 long-term care beds. 31% of our population is over 65. And another point that I want to make is that our hospital, our acute care hospital, 12 of our beds are being taken up for people waiting long-term care, which actually eliminated our actual surgical unit. So I'm wondering today, can the Minister of Long-Term Care provide an update for the people back home? What is the plan to add more long-term care beds in Cumberland County? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could talk all day long about the plans for long-term care in the province of Nova Scotia. So, Madam Speaker, we had less than 8,000 long-term care homes for residents across the country, or across the province. We are building 54 new and replacement facilities across the province. We did, because it didn't exist before, a comprehensive analysis of where the buildings were in the province, which ones were in need of repair, which ones were in need of replacement, and we announced a 9-year infrastructure plan, Madam Speaker, that we are well underway in terms of executing both Metro and across the province, and I'll have more to say about her area in just a minute.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually have another question for my supplementary. In addition to home care services are not readily available for people that need them in their home. Unfortunately, VON are the only approved agency that continuing care can hire, and they don't have enough staff to meet the needs. So people are pretty consistently not having people show up to provide the care that they need. There are other agencies just across the border that are willing to provide the services. Given the Premier's focus on removing interprovincial barriers, will the minister be willing to allow continuing care to hire these agencies that are willing to provide the care, want to provide the care, and are available, but happen to be on the other side of the Nova Scotia and Brunswick border?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we have 18 hired agencies that provide home care in the province of Nova Scotia to 40,000 Nova Scotians. And so one of the things that we have also done is we have provided direct benefits. So there are quite a number of Nova Scotians who are able to hire someone that they would like to hire from their local communities. I've not had any requests to hire someone using those funds from another province. So that's a request that I will now take back to the department. But I do want to end on a very positive note. They either have the shortest wait time for long-term care in the province, but I do believe that the member's constituency has the shortest wait time for long-term care in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When all the flags came down at South Shore schools, the response from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community was swift, because we know that inclusion can't be jeopardized. 2S LGBTQIA+ students have told us time and time again in the province's own student success survey that Nova Scotia schools are not a safe place to learn. In this session, the minister confirmed that a long-awaited update to the 2014 guidelines to support trans and non-binary students have been abandoned, despite extensive student engagement and previous commitments by this government. Does the minister confirm today that students in Nova Scotia will have the right to be addressed by their name and pronoun?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
I would challenge the member to show where I said it was abandoned. What I actually said is we did, thank you to the former Minister of Education, comprehensive consultation and research with the community so that it could inform the code of conduct. Yes, the community was swift in their reaction to the flags, but what was even swifter was our department's reaction to make sure it was fixed.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I do find that it has been hard to get a direct answer from the Minister about whether or not the students' right to pronouns and names will be contained in the Code of Conduct, whereas it had been confirmed that that would be part of the guidelines. As well, over the last several months, anti-2S LGBTQIA+ sentiments and graffiti have appeared throughout the province. Graffiti on the South Shore, transphobic slurs in public spaces, not to mention the online climate. The 2S LGBTQIA+ community has collected the data. They've done the work. Now it's our turn as leaders to respond. Can the Minister stand and tell us when the much-needed 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan will be delivered?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood.
Madam Speaker, there's this picture that they are trying to paint, Madam Speaker, which is simply not true. Madam Speaker, I stood beside, and I will continue to stand beside that community. My own niece went through the process, Madam Speaker, and I watched as individuals threw hatred at her, and I stood beside her, and my family stood beside her. I have been very clear on this matter. We respect the community, we respect the individuals, we want our schools to be safe. They will be safe. We listened, we gathered their information, and that will be reflected in the Code of Conduct. If we missed anything, we will go back, we will look at it, we will consult, and we'll make adjustments.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, late last year, in the span of just 5 weeks, 3 people living in encampments, tent encampments, died. 3 lives lost, 3 people with families, with stories, with hopes. Nobody should die because they have nowhere safe to sleep. This government must take meaningful action before more lives are lost. So my question for the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development is, when will this government address the crisis and ensure that no more Nova Scotians die in tent encampments?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Good news, Madam Speaker. We have taken action, and that's why we increased the budget by 1,300%. That's why we have new units going up all over the province. That's why homeless encampments are going down. We are providing spaces for people to go, and I can happily report that on a cold night in this winter, we had a spot for every single homeless person, a safe spot, a warm spot, and a spot with wraparound services to support them, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, we appreciate that some work is being done, but that doesn't change the fact that lives are being lost. And those spots that the Minister are talking about, not every person who lives in a tent is able to go into those spots for a variety of reasons. It doesn't change the fact that during the spring session, this government has refused to protect renters and lift Nova Scotians out of poverty, while more than 1,000 people in this province still don't have a safe place to live. But we have an excellent example of what is needed, and that is working in the Overlook in Dartmouth North. Will the government ensure, like at the Overlook, every Nova Scotian has an appropriate place to live with wraparound supports that they need to survive and thrive, and make sure that no one else dies outside?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, Madam Speaker, we have a range of supports for people who are experiencing homelessness or being challenged with a safe place to live, from emergency shelters, from permanent shelters, from transitional housing to supportive housing. I'd like to point out the Rose. I pointed out many times in this session. There's a unit with 18 families who've been moved out of places like hotels. They're able to provide a good place to live with bathrooms, with a kitchen. There's a playground. There's a gym facility. We're going to continue to invest and support Nova Scotians who struggle. But, Madam Speaker, I've said it before, the most important social program is a job. We're connecting people who struggle to employment in this province. That's our goal, is to we have less people needing supports. We're getting the job done, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, this province owes the CBRM for the cost of cleaning up after Hurricane Dorian. The claim was submitted to the province in 2021, but it has not been processed because the government does not have enough staff to process disaster financial assistance claims within a timely manner. Can the Minister of EMO explain why it is taking this government years to process claims related to severe weather events?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency.
My first question of the session. I thought I was going to be frank. Thank you to the honourable member for the question. I'm certainly aware about the claim that's been put in by the municipality. Certainly, we have hired extra staff to work through those processes. We had over 2,600 claims from that storm. That was a lot of work to be done. We're down to very minimal numbers now. We've advanced amount of that money to the CBRN, but also CBRN has to finish their work as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am proud to have given the Minister her first question of the session. The high costs associated with extreme weather events do not only fall onto government, but also homeowners. After abandoning the Coastal Protection Act, this government released a guide for homeowners to safeguard their properties. This guide told coastal homeowners to get better insurance, cautioning flood insurance typically doesn't cover damages from coastal flooding and erosion, even after a large storm event. Homeowners are responsible for the cost of repairs. Why did this government abandon coastal homeowners?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Despite the false narrative and misrepresentation, Nova Scotia is moving forward with a very strong coastal action plan, an action plan which we're currently working with our municipalities through the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities to develop the example bylaws. Madam Speaker, living in the past, there's no future in it, and I encourage the official opposition to get on board with the Coastal Action Plan, which supports informed decision-making, supports municipal leadership, and deploys immediate resources for coastal action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we know, measles cases are rising across Canada with multiple outbreaks now confirmed, including Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick. This highly contagious disease poses a serious risk, especially to infants and those with weakened immune systems. We know that vaccination is the best way to prevent the spread of measles and protect our communities. Can the Minister of Health provide clarity on the current measles vaccine uptake rate in Nova Scotia and what steps the government is taking to encourage more families to get their children vaccinated?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly had an opportunity to speak recently with Public Health. There is a lot of work underway to make sure that that children are getting their childhood vaccinations and they're getting them on the schedule that's required. So vaccination coverage is a little bit different across the province, but what's happening is that Public Health, through Nova Scotia Health, is looking specifically at communities where vaccination rates are a bit lower and working really hard with resources in community, whether that's resource centres or schools, et cetera, to support parents in bringing their children to be vaccinated. So I just want to reassure members in the House and the broader community that surveillance is underway and Public Health is looking at really creative ways to make sure that our kids are immunized.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, many parents are understandably worried about these measles outbreaks and want to know what steps they should take to keep their children safe. In the past public health situations, Nova Scotians have looked to the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Strang, for clear science-based guidance. Is this government planning on holding any public briefings with Dr. Strang to give families the opportunity to hear directly from our top public health experts how to protect their loved ones?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly Dr. Strang is our well-loved Chief Medical Officer of Health and works across the province, but we have a number of folks that work under the department and under Dr. Strang's supervision, and what's really important is that we work throughout community to make sure that the folks closest to the people who require the vaccination are actually involved in the work as well. So Dr. Strang is very much involved. There are a number of medical officers of health across the province by zones. We have very talented and educated and experienced public health nurses, we have primary care providers, we have pharmacists. So I just want to assure the member opposite that Dr. Strang has this well in hand. He's giving us all our marching orders and making sure that he's mobilizing the very effective public health team in the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, students, teachers, and parents have been waiting for more than a year for a new student code of conduct. The draft was due in September, but this government missed the deadline. Then the minister promised it would be shared and put into action in March. Well, it's almost the end of March, and gaps in the consultation process to finalize have been identified during this sitting. Madam Speaker, will the Minister of Education confirm that the Code of Conduct will actually be delivered this month, or will there be another missed deadline?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank, again, I want to stand in my place and thank the former Minister of Education for all the hard work on this. A lot of voices went into this. A lot of voices went into this. And Madam Speaker, I've said it before and I said it again, I would rather take the time to do it right and make sure we hear from everybody. But Madam Speaker, we made a promise to release it by sometime in March. We're still in the month of March, last time I checked, Madam Speaker, and we're going to make sure that when the plan comes out, that everyone gets a peek at it.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, we know these things can't be rushed, but Nova Scotians at least deserve an update. The Code of Conduct is long overdue because across Nova Scotia, students are afraid to go to school, teachers are afraid to go to work, and parents are anxious about sending their kids to an environment where violence is rising and consequences are unclear. It's almost the end of the school year, yet students, teachers, and parents are waiting while the government continues to delay the releasing of the Code of Conduct. So, Madam Speaker, when will this government address these fears and commit to making our schools safer for everyone?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, I think painting the education system as children are afraid to go to school does a misservice and misrepresents the hard work of all our teachers and our support staff and PSANs and all the volunteers and all the great kids that are in that school, in our schools across this province, Madam Speaker. What I can tell the member, Madam Speaker, is that the update we've given lots of updates on this. We've talked to NSTU, Madam Speaker. We're talking to PSANs. We're talking to SACs, Madam Speaker. We're getting as much information as we can, and it will be out this month.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
The World Professional Association for Transgender Health has established, based on peer review and expert studies, standards of care for the health of transgender and gender diverse people. In the current version 8, the standards include comprehensive health care beyond hormonal or surgical treatments. Yet this is where coverage in Nova Scotia is stuck. The Minister has been reviewing the standards of care version 8 since September 2022, but there is still medical care that Nova Scotians can't get. Will the Minister stand and commit to delivering comprehensive transgender health care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly, I am proud of the work that's happened in Department of Health and with the advocacy of a number of community members to support the expansion of gender-affirming care. I recently did meet with a number of advocates to be able to talk about, what are some of the procedures that we don't cover that are included in the WPATH guidelines. So we are looking at those. I know that there are a number. We're looking at what is happening jurisdictionally, whether other provinces are covering these treatments, etc. So there are discussions underway. I will say there's a number of things that come through the department. As members know, there's an infinite number of requests for finite resources, and we really are trying to improve access to health care across all genders and all age groups, but we will continue to work with community to understand how we can support.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, earlier this winter, the North End Community Health Care Centre was planning to host a session on gender-affirming care at the Glitterbean Cafe. Unfortunately, the event had to be cancelled because groups were planning to protest outside, and I'll table that. All Nova Scotians deserve a safe place to discuss their health care. What will the Minister do in the coming year to expand gender-affirming care and support better education so that people can safely discuss their health care needs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. So certainly we want people to feel safe and be able to ask questions and get the information that they require. We want folks to not only have community or conversations in healthcare facilities, but we want people to feel free and welcome to have those conversations in places like libraries and community resources, particularly in rural Nova Scotia where it's more difficult sometimes for people to access information. So perhaps online would be better. So we're open to those conversations. We work with folks, sexual health world that are providing services, and we're open to any ideas that are available in order for us to help support people who are looking for gender-affirming care information.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order. During question period, while answering a question from the member for City Member 2, the Premier gestured toward opposition section of the House and said those members didn't support the budget. Madam Speaker, while this budget has some issues, I did support the budget and would like the Premier's words to be retracted.
Not a point of order. It is a disagreement between members. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business private members' public bills for second reading?
Order of business, private bills. I recognize the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader, Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, will you please call Bill 109, an act ending abuses of fixed-term leases?
Bill 109, an act, Ending Abuses of Fixed-Term Leases Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to stand today to speak to Bill 109, ending the abuse of fixed-term leases. So I just want to begin by saying that we've had an awful lot of conversation this session, this sitting, around issues related to housing. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. The issues that are present in the housing sector in terms of renters, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, are extremely present in the constituency that I represent, Dartmouth North. So I feel like even though I'm not the critic of this area for our party, I've done tons and tons of work on this subject, and my constituency office is full daily of people who are either experiencing an eviction process, going through an eviction process, they are applying for the rent supplement, they are trying to figure out how their power bill is going to get paid because the rent is too high, and essentially the people that come to the Dartmouth North MLA office are people for whom life is not affordable, and they cannot make ends meet. And there are a number of ways that these folks can be helped through government programs and otherwise. But one of the biggest issues facing people that I represent has been the rising cost of rents over the last 7 or 8 years, really 6 or 7 years. So many landlords, and I will reiterate, folks, not all landlords, but many landlords are trying their hardest to rapidly cycle tenants in and out of their units with fixed-term leases so that rents can be increased beyond the rent cap. If you don't believe me, there are plenty of news articles about this very thing. So, Mr. Speaker, here's the deal. Rents were going out of control. People were getting rent-evicted. So the government of the day decided, and instead of dealing with this issue in a holistic and sustainable way, to put an emergency rent cap in place, which, let me tell you, was a good thing. And it stopped people from being evicted. It stopped people from not being able to pay their rent and getting out on the street. It did Band-Aid one part of the one wound of this entire, these many wounds in terms of the housing crisis. So the rent cap went in place. I think at the beginning it was 2%, then it was 2%, then it was 5%, and now it's 5% now. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that the rent cap did not contemplate the needs of landlords in any way. So there was no way for landlords to charge more rent if there was an emergency, if their building was falling apart, if they needed a new roof. And therefore, landlords who are stuck in this situation have looked for other ways to skirt the rent cap. And the best way to do it is with a fixed-term lease. So they are, and not all of them, I'm going to say that again and again, but many landlords, we see them trying to, when a unit becomes available, they put it back on the market with a fixed-term lease, and then because a fixed-term lease obviously has a fixed end date, then the person who's renting has to leave, and then the next person comes in, and the landlords can jack the rent again and again and again, and there's no cap to how they could how much they can charge for rent. So we have situations now in Dartmouth North where I have a friend who lives in a studio apartment on Lehman Drive. She lives on a very low income, but she pays like $700 for her apartment, and it is what she can afford. And she is able to, pay the rent every month. So that's great. But a person living across the hall from her is in the exact same layout of an apartment, and it's $1,700. So of course, people are terrified of leaving their units. And they're struggling to hold on to the units they have, even with the 5% rent cap. So I'm happy to bring, I have plenty of examples that I could bring, but I'd like to discuss one today. But it is sort of disappointing that here we are again talking about this issue. Because we've been talking about it for years. We've seen how the harms being caused by the abuse of fixed-term leases, how they've been affecting Nova Scotians for several years now, and the government has refused to act. Fixed-term leases are meant to allow people to rent for limited periods of time, like in short-term rentals. And there are lots of good reasons to use fixed-term leases. I'm convinced of that. I've had landlords have meetings with me. I understand that. But we're not talking about those good uses of fixed-term leases. We're talking about the abuse of fixed-term leases. And again, I will reiterate, it's happening all over the place. I'm sure we've all heard of constituents or stories from constituents who've been forced to move because their landlord refused to renew their fixed-term lease. Not because they were bad tenants, perfectly fine tenants, but because the landlord wanted to charge more than 5% for the unit. So they have an opportunity to get someone out of the unit. They can charge 25%. They can charge 1,000% more if they want. And until very recently, they've been getting those rents. People are desperate for a place to live, and they'll pay anything, or some people will. It has huge consequence for tenants. Last year, an entire building in my riding was evicted after the landlord refused to renew a series of fixed-term leases. One of these tenants evicted from this building, Keely Corrigan, saw her rent more than double. It went from $754 to close to $1,600. I'll table that article. If Keely's landlord was unable to use the fixed-term lease loophole to evict her, she would have seen an increase of, at most, a 5% rental increase. But instead, because this government has refused to close the fixed-term lease loophole, she's had to move to a new building with a rental price that was 112% higher than her old one. A CBC reporter recently caught up with Keely to see how she was handling her significantly higher rent, and she explained, and I quote, and I've tabled the article, "I'm obliterating my savings. I have not been able to save for anything for emergencies or retirement. I can't even put $20 away because I have all my pennies accounted for." And I'll table that. She's given up completely on ever buying a home. As she put it, how can you plan for any sort of future when you can't even guarantee that you're going to have a home tomorrow, right? Keeley is far from alone in her experience. Fixed-term leases are pervasive in this province. A recent study completed by Acorn, Nova Scotia found that when tenants were asked why they signed their fixed-term lease, over 99% responded that it was the only form of lease that the landlord had presented to them, and I can table that. And forget the fact that fixed-term leases are being used almost ubiquitously now, Mr. Speaker. Most of the time, or many of the times, I should say, in my experience with constituents that I'm representing, people don't even know that they're signing them. When we talk about tenants knowing their rights and understanding that they should go to the residential tenancies board when something is happening, when they're getting evicted or whatever, this is like a major, major issue. People are signing leases because the landlord tells them that they need to, and they're signing essentially their eviction order for the following year. I have another building in my riding that I organized where it was sold, and a new owner came to all of the tenants who had I forget the name of the lease now, but the other kind of lease. What's it called? Periodic lease, thank you. They had periodic leases. The landlord's building manager came and knocked on all the doors, said, yeah, we have a new owner, you got to sign this new piece of paper here. He presented the new piece of paper to them. It had a place for a signature, and they signed it thinking that this is the kind of thing that happens when your building gets sold. Oh, you can stay. Don't worry about it. Your rent's not going up. Don't worry about it. But just sign here. You have to re-sign. They all, not all of them, but a lot of them signed it because they didn't know any better. Who would? And they were evicted a year later. Luckily, Dalhousie Legal Aid intervened, and some of them were able to fight that eviction at residential tenancies, but some of them just left. They saw they got their notice to leave. You know, your fixed-term lease ends on this date, and they up and left. And who knows where they went? Some of them could have gone into the tenting encampment that's just down the street. I don't know for sure. Additionally, 35% of tenants who responded to Acorn's survey reported that they've been evicted on the fixed-term lease before when their landlord refused to renew the lease. This is a problem that is relatively unique to Nova Scotia. Other provinces do not leave tenants vulnerable to eviction and massive rental increases. So in British Columbia, for example, landlords are required to offer tenants a new lease at the end of their fixed-term lease unless the landlord or close family member plans to move into the unit. In Manitoba, landlords must provide the tenant with a renewal of the fixed-term lease 3 months before the term comes to an end. And in PEI, Mr. Speaker, you cannot be evicted simply because your fixed-term agreement has ended. There has to be another reason. I like this system. The bill in front of us, Bill 109, would better align our province with other Canadian jurisdictions. It will restrict the use of fixed-term leases to better balance the relationship between tenants and landlords. I know yesterday I said it's impossible to make that relationship balanced, but there are some things that we can do to help the balance. In particular, it will require the landlord to offer a month-to-month lease to the tenant 1 month before the set end of the fixed-term lease. Through these changes, tenants will be able to stay in their apartments year after year while only incurring, at most, the 5% rental increase under the current cap. And even though that 5% rent increase at the moment is far too high, it's much higher than the cost of the CPI or the cost of inflation or the rate of inflation, it's still a lot better than facing eviction and a rental increase of over 100%. But this government is refusing to make the changes that support renters. Instead of closing the fixed-term lease loophole and lowering the rent cap to help tenants stay in their homes that they can afford on a long-term basis, this government is shamefully working to make it easier for landlords to evict their tenants. Here's a big solution, Mr. Speaker. Going off script here for a second, so hold on. If the rent cap was a real rent cap, i.e. we had an actual system of rent control in this province that was tied to a unit and not a person, we would not be having this debate right now. It would fix the fixed-term lease loophole. Fixed-term leases could be used when they're appropriate, but for people who want stable, long-term housing that they can afford, rent control tied to a unit would disincentivize landlords to evict in order to raise the rent. It would take the question out of the conversation. I do not understand why we will not look at this option. It's better for everyone, Mr. Speaker, including the landlords. Tenants deserve a government that will stand up for them. And people in my community and in communities all across this province, they cannot afford, literally afford, to wait any longer. We need to act now. I implore my colleagues to support this bill and end the misuse of fixed-term leases. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and pleased to say a few words on this bill. I would agree that there are times that fixed-term leases are abused by landlords, and for that reason, I think that we could support this bill because it's not outright banning fixed-term leases, but it is intending to end the abuse of that from happening. The member referenced the examples in British Columbia, which I think have a good model, because I don't believe there are other provinces that have some kind of rent control but are silent on the issue of fixed-term leases. I believe Nova Scotia stands out. So we would support this bill because it would allow better protection for tenants and closing that loophole that the member speaks to. We know that sometimes fixed-term leases are appropriate and useful in such cases for students or temporary workers, but they can be abused, and especially people that are in vulnerable positions. So if we're maintaining a rent cap, then I do think we need to allow fixed-term leases to persist in some degree, but try to close this loophole. I would disagree with I call it a dogmatic approach that the NDP has on housing, which is the permanent rent control in perpetuity. I think while we continue to have supply challenges, ideally we'll get to a place in Nova Scotia where we have a healthier supply and demand mix that includes private housing, includes non-market housing availability for permanent low rent for people. And so I wouldn't agree that the member speaks to the need to have permanent rent control. I don't think that that's appropriate. We as a caucus want to come through the middle on this issue, and yes, it was our party that put in a rent cap when we had barely any supply available, but you want to be in an ideal position where renters have options. And when renters don't have options, that's when you see tenants being taken advantage of from landlords, because they can jack up rent to unreasonable levels, just like any other market issue. And so if we can get to a certain percentage of what is a healthy vacancy rate, then market forces do allow for better rent pricing for tenants, not dissimilar to the housing market and purchasing pricing. So I think that's just one distinction, because Nova Scotians are struggling to find a place that's affordable to live currently. They still are. We see some supply coming on the market, so I'm not advocating for the removal of a rent cap right now, certainly not. We brought bills forward in the past that looks at data-driven policy, which I think is missing in this conversation. It's not an all or nothing. We needed to move to ensure that people were protected, particularly during a pandemic, and I think that policy was good for the time. But we need to start making sure we have a better supply in the marketplace so that the market can help with tenants. And I wouldn't support permanent rent control, but on this particular bill and closing the loophole for fixed-term leases to protect tenants, I certainly will speak in support of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak for a little bit on this bill. And I do want to say that the members opposite, I do agree with my Liberal counterpart on some of the points that were made. However, I do believe that all parties, I do believe we come from the same place and want the same things. We want renters to be able to have an affordable and safe place to live. At the same time, we want our landlords to have a reasonable return on their investments. And Mr. Speaker, fixed-term leases have been part of a Residential Tenancies Act for a long time, and they do work. and they can work. And are there one-offs where they're not working for people? Absolutely. And there's no doubt that the member for Dartmouth North has certainly brought some of that out. So it really does come down to a difference in philosophy. We propose that the solution is building more housing, which both parties opposite have had a chance over the last 12 years and have not done so. We have a housing plan the opposite parties did not. So that is why our government, we've absolutely made historic investments right across the housing spectrum. So I've had a lot of conversations with landlords, I've had conversations with tenants, and each one of them do produce different opportunities and different challenges. Each conversation also reiterates the importance of the message we deliver often. To be sure, every decision we make balances and protects the rights of both landlords and tenants. Mr. Speaker, we want tenants to live in homes that are safe. We want them to be affordable. And as I just said, we need to have landlords that are able to get reasonable returns on their investments so that they can continue to provide homes for people to rent in the first place. It is certainly a delicate balance. Madam Speaker, fixed-term leases can be a good option for both tenants and landlords, and they have proven to be throughout the years. They do have a purpose. For example, a university student only needs a place to stay for perhaps 8 or 9 months a year. It's a set period of time. They don't need a full year because they don't go to school for a full year. Often they'll choose to go back home for several months to work in their home community. Fixed-term leases have been part of the Residential Tenancies Act, as I've mentioned, for decades. When the rent cap was introduced in 2021, some Nova Scotian landlords unfortunately started to use fixed-term leases more frequently because there were these unintended consequences. Landlords need to ensure that they're making enough money to make the fixes that they need from time to time, the general maintenance they need from time to time, and also there's unexpected damages that happen to a property as well. Some landlords use fixed-term leases so it's easier to evict a tenant for bad behavior. This was a concern for us, Madam Speaker. So in response, we introduced new legislation in the fall of 2024 to clarify, based on behavior, what can result in a tenancy being ended early. I just want to pause here for a moment, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to remind the member opposite of the key principle we follow when making any changes to the Residential Tenancies Act program, and this is to balance the rights and needs of tenants and landlords. Madam Speaker, we understand the members opposite's concerns about fixed-term leases. However, they have played a role in our housing system for many years. Removing or changing fixed-term leases from the Act could have unintended consequences that could have a negative impact on the housing market. Madam Speaker, we do believe in economics, the whole concept of the invisible hand. That means the market really controls the supply of housing, and depending on which controls price. Also the demand of how many renters we have out there looking to rent. We went through an unprecedented population growth, which of course drove up the cost of housing. But as of late, Madam Speaker, we've seen a reduction. We don't have as many people from other countries coming in. We see more vacancies available on the market right now. We do see prices stabilizing. I mean, I do have a personal story. My sister-in-law moved here from Calgary as a healthcare worker, had a difficult time finding reasonable rent, but she has a nice apartment. But the apartment that she rented 2 years ago for that same place now, she could probably rent for $200 less. So we do see movement in the market. And when we talk about fixed-term leases, or any type of lease for that matter, it comes down to what's available at that time. So some of the abuses that maybe the member opposite was talking about, since we have more availability right now, we do see prices stabilizing, and we will see a reduction probably in a lot of the use of fixed-term leases as we see landlords being able to make a reasonable profit on their rental properties. I'd encourage all members when working with constituents who are tenants and landlords to remind them of how important it is to know and understand their rights in accordance with the Act. Madam Speaker, when I was a teacher, one of the things that I taught as part of the curriculum was the Residential Tenancies Act. And it was important for students, especially in grade 12, that were going to go on to post-secondary or going into the workforce, that they actually understand the Act. So I think one of the things that all parties should understand is that we do need to educate people. We need to educate them on what the Residential Tenancies Act is. We need to make sure that they understand before they sign something. They need to understand that when they go in, even to inspect a property, that they should have, a checkoff list that they sign so they make sure when they move out that they don't have to pay excessive damages in case that happens, because it does happen. So part of this process is also education. So, Madam Speaker, staff from Residential Tenancies Program meet with tenants and landlords to hear their concerns and to look to see what can be done to address them. They're constantly listening, constantly updating ways to make it better for both residents or both tenants and landlords. The groups they meet with include Dow Legal Aid, Rental Housing Providers of Nova Scotia, and ACORN. Madam Speaker, we know and appreciate the current rental environment can be challenging for many Nova Scotians. I can assure you that all members here tonight, that this government is always looking for ways to strengthen the program. Over the past several years, legislative amendments have been introduced to enhance protections for tenants, including prohibiting different rental amounts for different rental terms, strengthening protections against evictions and renovations, making it easier to get security deposits back after a tenancy has ended, and extending the temporary 5% rent cap to 2027. We have also increased funding for the province's rent supplement program in this year's budget to provide 8,900 rent supplements to Nova Scotians, an increase of 400 supplements over the last year. There are also 14 community-based programs throughout Nova Scotia which offer diversion funding, including Help with Rent, which are funded by the province. Madam Speaker, creating more housing so Nova Scotians have more choice is critical to the residential tenancies work we are managing. We need more places for Nova Scotians to call home. And I assure you that addressing the housing crisis is one of our government's top priorities. Once the supply improves, and we're seeing that now, people have more choice. Once they have more choice, they'll have more options. Last year, we released our Action for Housing Plan, the only Action for Housing plan that's been submitted, which sets out how we'll work with partners to create the conditions to add an additional 41,200 units over the next 5 years and improve affordability for Nova Scotians in housing need. This includes advancing new initiatives and investments such as creating 515 new public housing units to serve approximately 1,200 Nova Scotians, marking the first major public housing investment in over 30 years. In fact, Madam Speaker, just last month, Minister LeBlanc shared an update on how we're doing with our plan, and we're doing pretty darn well. And we've heard actually Minister LeBlanc mention that several times throughout this sitting. The province's 5-year housing plan is meeting or exceeding all targets. It's getting more people in housing faster. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have surpassed our 5-year goal in the first year. The province's 5-year housing plan, with that, housing starts are up 38%, and the path has been cleared for the creation of an additional 51,352 housing units, 125% of the 2028 goal. Affordability has been improved. For 16,200 households, the 5-year goal is 17,250 households. Development fees have been frozen in HRM, and the provincial portion of the HST has been cut for new rentals. Housing conditions have been improved. 38,844 households The 5-year goal is 47,900 households. 663 first-time home buyers were supported through the Down Payment Assistance Program. 335 publicly owned affordable housing units have been upgraded. The goal is to upgrade 900 units by 2028. The path has been cleared for 3,517 affordable and supportive housing units. More than 300 secondary backyard suites units are in the works, creating affordable housing for hundreds of people. 7 new Nova Scotia Community College student residents will allow 620 more students to access on-campus homes, and 200 of those are set to open in September, following the 100 ones that we opened at Akerley last year. Investments in the community housing sector have increased tenfold, with more than $120 million invested in the last 2 years. This has increased the number of households supported by 175%. Madam Speaker, the program is working. The program is working across the spectrum. The program is working for students. Not only has the province invested in 620 new units for NSCC students and others, the Department of Advanced Education has asked each university to ensure that they have a 15% bed provisioning rate. That means that every university has to have accessible on their properties to be able to accommodate 15% of their students in their own housing. We saw Dalhousie University react to that very quickly. They advanced 200 beds right off the bat by taking advantage of some of the rooms that they had made single rooms during the COVID crisis. We've seen other universities put proposals in to increase their housing. We see Cape Breton University working on the Tartan Downs project, which hopefully will get that advanced. That's a partnership between community organizations and government and Cape Breton University. And I can't not mention the creativity, the things that we've been doing as a government, because we're okay to try new things. We're okay to try new things that may have an opportunity to work. And I would be remiss not to mention Happy Pad. Yes. We have tens of thousands of vacant rooms right across this province. Vacant rooms that are sitting in houses that are available for people to go on to a website, and it's home sharing. It doesn't have to be Happy Pad, but home sharing isn't just for students. Home sharing could be for seniors, they could be for temporary workers, they could be for anybody that needs a temporary house. I always think of a senior that has a home with a couple of extra rooms that could use the additional income. Not only could a senior use the additional income, they could probably use the additional help around the house, maybe with doing lawn care or shoveling snow. So there are advantages to home sharing programs right across the spectrum. By using home sharing programs, we also make sure that there's other units available, which increases the market supply, which also decreases housing. So we are seeing a lot of things that have happened from students right through to seniors housing, right through to public housing, that has absolutely changed the lives and is going to change the lives of thousands of Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am so happy to stand here today to speak to Bill 109, ending the abuses of fixed-term leases. And I like to emphasize certain words because I think people forget what's being said. Ending the abuses. And when it's an abuse, it means that, like, it's not supposed to be happening. We stand in this legislature and we talk about, you know, people shouldn't be abused and things shouldn't be happening to folks. Well, we want to end the abuses of fixed-term leases. And as was spoken by my colleague, fixed-term leases, there is a purpose for them. And it is actually, like, you know, we agree on that. Students needing a shorter time frame for a lease, that makes so much sense. We're talking about folks who are actually living in homes that year to year have no idea what to expect when their lease is up or when they have to renew. And we're saying, let's end that, because now, I don't know if many folks in this, I shouldn't say I don't know, I know that folks in this house know this. Now, it is absolutely impossible to be able to sign a lease that isn't a fixed term lease. And if anybody can tell me differently, I would be happy to hear it, because what we're hearing from Nova Scotians is that this is a problem. So we all know that Nova Scotians are struggling to keep up with soaring rents. The rent prices are going berserk. That's why this government put a cap on how much a landlord can increase the cost of rent each year, for good reason. But Nova Scotians who rent will surely tell you that that cap is not working. We see numbers, we've talked about numbers, they've been tabled here multiple times about how year after year, those numbers are not 5%. When it's a fixed term lease and that lease is up, the landlord can choose to charge whatever they want on that unit after that person is out. So the rent is not staying stable and that cap is not working. At 5%, the rent cap that we have in place is the highest in the country. And it's full of loopholes, which the fixed term lease is one of those loopholes that landlords eagerly use. And we're all in agreement here today that this is being abused. It has been talked by all three members. And then myself as well, that, you know, there are some bad characters that are misusing the purpose of what a fixed term lease is supposed to be for. Last year, new tenants on average saw rent increases of 28%. How does that compute when the rent cap is only supposed to be 5%? I mean, and 28% is way higher than 5%. It's not like a 6% increase or an 8% increase. It's 28%. Imagine that. Imagine someone who's on a fixed income, who we see and talk to all the time, tells us that they are getting a new lease and that lease is going to charge them 5% more than what they have as a fixed term income. They're not even going to be able to pay for their medicine. They're going to have to skimp on their food. They're going to have to utilize the food banks. They're going to have to go out and ask their friends and family for money to eat. Don't have a family and have that same situation happen. So let me break that math down for you. The average rental increase for new tenants, because I mean 28% is quite high. The average rental increase for new tenants last year was 23%, higher than this government's already too high rent cap. And we're seeing this in part because landlords are using fixed-term leases to continuously cycle new tenants through their units. And I know each and every one of us in here have heard from folks who have been through this problem. While increasing the rent price beyond 5% each time a new tenant enters the unit. So let me repeat that. We're seeing this in part because landlords are using fixed-term leases to continuously cycle new tenants through their units, while increasing the rent price beyond the 5% each time a new tenant enters a unit. The bill in front of us would stop this from happening, and it would help us to keep housing affordable for Nova Scotians. We were just talking about that. I think that's one of the things that the member opposite said. You know, we want renters to have an affordable and safe place to live. That is something that we can all agree upon. And this bill in front of us would stop this from happening. It would allow us to have continue to have affordable housing for folks that need it the most. It would keep housing affordable for Nova Scotians. This bill would do this by requiring the landlord to offer a month-to-month lease to the tenant 1 month before the set end of the fixed-term lease. We urgently need to take this step so that Nova Scotians can feel a sense of security where they're living. We just said we want them to feel safe where they live. We want them to feel secure. We want to make sure that they have an affordable place to live. And this is the government's words. And we agree. But we can't agree that, we don't agree that what we have in place right now is working. And it is proven through the numbers, through the accounts of constituents across the province, and now here as we talk about this. We urgently need to take this step so that Nova Scotians can feel a sense of security where they're living. Many renters are living paycheck to paycheck and are unable to absorb the high rental increases that come along with fixed-term leases. I just told you a story about someone who's on a fixed income. We have a ton of those in our ridings. And every year that comes up, just before somebody's lease is up, we get emails or phone calls about what are they going to do? How are they going to afford this? The rent is going up again. And we haven't seen any legislation across this floor to show otherwise, that we're trying to protect those folks that are experiencing this uncertainty. Fixed-term leases in some cases are even leading to homelessness. And it's not in some cases, we're seeing it. It's happening in front of our eyes every single day. Every single day. In one way or another, there is somebody, someone we know, someone in our community, someone that calls us, that tells us that they are at risk of homelessness. A survey among unhoused folks in Halifax found that 22.5% said that they had lost their home due to a rent eviction or a fixed-term lease. Those are statistics. Those are facts. Renters in the province have tried to push back against their landlords, but their efforts are being blocked. Acorn, Nova Scotia's report on fixed-term leases show that when tenants are asking their landlords to switch their fixed-term lease to a periodic lease, they're being told no. Where are the protections for them? Why aren't they able to do that? What is residential tenancy doing for that? I mean, that's what we're telling them, to go to residential tenancy, and yet we're hearing time and time again that this is what they have to protect them from being evicted or being let out of their lease. One survey respondent quoted in this report explained, "My landlord only uses fixed-term leases." Oh, wow, I didn't think that, it was being abused. This is why we're here. We're hearing this. It is abused. Our landlord only uses fixed-term leases, so I have to sign one-year leases for a year's time. I have asked for year-to-year leases, as I prove to be a long-term responsible tenant, but the landlord refuses. The rent has gone up more than the rent cap every year, but we're still staying because where else can we go? What are our options? I'm grateful that we can afford not to leave, but these leases are exploitative. Rent caps should be tied to the property, not the tenant. And this is from someone who is saying, you know what, they can afford it. How much longer can they afford it? How much longer can folks continue to have an increase after an increase after an increase? And yet we hear, I've been here for 4 years, and from day one, this has been the conversation. And I've yet to see anything come across the housing file that speaks to folks who are experiencing these abuses. Yet. And I awaited. We talked about this from the beginning. There has to be a balance. There has to be a balance. 100% there has to be a balance. But when the imbalance is happening, what is the government doing? Crickets. Another person responding to Acorn, Nova Scotia's fixed-term lease survey, explained, how is it nearly impossible to fight back against a landlord who wants to renew a fixed-term lease at a price above the rent cap? They stated, when we started renting here in 2021, the rent was under $2,000. Now the landlord is saying we have to accept an increase to over $3,000. Wow. Otherwise, they will refuse to give us a new lease and find tenants who are willing to pay. We called the tenancy board, but they said we have no legal recourse. That's a day-to-day conversation in my office. The minister responsible for residential tenancies has continuously said that there is a balance between landlords and tenants with the tenancy board. With fixed-term leases, there are no balances. And I await to see what new information comes forward, what new legislation comes forward, anything that will help tenants through this process, because we're seeing the abuse in real time. The landlords have all the power. Tenants are only permitted to stay so long as they can afford to pay what the landlords demand. We have a duty, each and every one of us in this house, to listen to Nova Scotians and take action on the problems that they bring to us. That's our responsibility as legislators. Right now, we need to take action to protect Nova Scotians from the abuse of fixed-term leases. We need to do this to ensure folks can afford their homes and to restore some semblance of balance between landlords and tenants. And this bill provides that action. Through these changes, tenants will be able to stay in their apartments year after year while only incurring, at most, a 5% rental increase under the current rent cap, as this government intended. I hope my colleagues across the floor and throughout this House will support this bill. And with that, I adjourn debate.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of There was a motion to adjourn debate. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Before I move on, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change would like to be recognized to just do a quick introduction. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the gallery, we have two outstanding climate leaders. We have with us here today from the beautiful province of Ontario, Alexandra Gare, the Senior Advisor of External Affairs for the Canadian Climate Institute, and Sachi Gibson, the Senior Research Director. The MLA for Timberley Prospect and I know Sachi well. Sachi's a former staff at Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change. I want to thank these two for the incredible leadership they show all the provinces, the entire country of Canada on climate change policy. And please stand and receive the warm welcome of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader for the Honourable Opposition House Leader. There we go.
Would you please call Bill 58, an act to establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights?
Bill 58, an act to establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill number 58, an act to establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights, do now be read a second time. I'm pleased for the opportunity to rise and speak to this bill today, which was moved by my colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, and which I believe represents a very important step forward in the work of this Assembly. This bill, just to give people a sense of what it is, a reminder, it would establish a directorate, an equity directorate that would report to and advise the minister on issues facing the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. And we know that this is important. We know that these issues exist. I think we're past the point where we have to debate whether these issues exist. And we also understand that this is a really important way forward. We have many ministerial advisory bodies in this province. The Environment Minister just stood, and certainly his department is one where he has lots of experts advising him on the ways forward. We believe that this also should be established. And we understand the importance of this to the well-being of many Nova Scotians. Since the late 1960s, this community has seen steady gains in rights. Hard-fought, but steady. And while discrimination against 2S LGBTQ+ people persists in many places, there has also been major strides towards mainstream social acceptance and formal legal equality in recent decades. And I do want to take a moment and note that I'm glad that this bill can be brought forward in this House in a climate of listening and respect. That is not the same in every legislature across this province. It is not the same in our federal House of Commons. And so what we aim to do with this bill is to continue that climate of listening and respect, to make sure that our eyes and ears are open to the experiences of our fellow Nova Scotians and that we are doing our very best to serve everyone. There is work to do, friends. Nova Scotia has a higher proportion of queer and transgender residents than any other province in Canada. That's really worth noting, and yet we continue to ignore the challenges that we know are facing this community. The challenges that we know are facing this community, because when we know better, we do better. And I'm going to outline a few of those. In the 2023-24 Student Success Survey, an average of 24% of students reported feeling unsafe, but 44% of 2S LGBTQ+ students reported feeling unsafe. 44%. They reported the highest level of unsafety in hallways and washrooms, and 49% experienced homophobia and transphobia. 28% of 2S LGBTQ+ students experienced discrimination. 70% witnessed homophobia and transphobia. And 75% reported that transphobia and homophobia affected their mental health. 30%, the highest proportion, reported that they did not want to attend school. They did not want to attend school because of their experience there. And, you know, we've heard a lot from the government when we bring these issues forward that we're fear-mongering or we're, you know, not accurately representing the situation. But I hope we can all agree that in this situation, we are failing a proportion of our kids. And I want to pause for a minute and say, these are our kids. And if they're not your kids, take a minute and think about if they were. Think about if you had a child who didn't want to go to school because of the discrimination they faced. Think about if you had a child that felt like there was nowhere to go, that didn't believe that teachers or administrators had their backs because they didn't have the appropriate tools to deal with the challenges that they're facing. We can do better. And we believe that this bill is a step towards doing better. Another area that I want to talk about is gender-based violence. 2S LGBTQ+ folks are on the front lines of gender-based violence. Stats Canada reported that they were more likely to report being violently victimized in their lifetime and to have experienced inappropriate behaviors in public and online than any other group of Canadians. So now is the time. We need to stand up in our province in these increasingly divisive times and say that we stand for belonging and inclusion and safety, and that we do not stand for hate. These are not partisan issues, and in fact, just today, we've heard statements from multiple ministers to this effect, which we were glad to hear. But we need more than statements. We need action. 2S LGBTQIA+ young people and their rights are being tossed around right now by people seeking to spread hate and create social turmoil. There are messages of hate showing up in our communities, in Bridgewater, here in Halifax, with businesses being defaced. My colleague spoke earlier today about a situation where a local business couldn't host an event because of threats, and even along 100 series highways. The community itself gathers information, they support each other, they bring it to us, and we bring it here because we know that it is time for action. We know that we can do this work, and this work provides a framework for government to ensure that these Nova Scotians have the same rights as everyone else and can enjoy those rights. A secretariat that would provide a home for the implementation of the 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan. They would need to release a consultation result so that we could learn. We know that we have a plan that we are waiting to see the results of. We can respectfully engage stakeholders. We can do all of the things that government is positioned to do in various departments. And we can make a difference in the things that Nova Scotians care about, but which this community has disproportionate difficulty with. Housing, healthcare, affordability, these are things we all care about. These are things that this government has said that they are prioritizing. We need to make sure they're prioritized for everyone. And that includes the 2S LGBTQ2IA+ community. We are a caring and welcoming province, but we have work to do. Today, my colleague invited the Premier to join us in flag raisings that are coming up, and this is another invitation. This is an invitation to the members of this government to make your words mean something, to make it happen, and to help us establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to speak in support of Bill 58, which creates the 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights. This is exactly the kind of work I think that the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives should be working on. And I want to thank my colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, for their advocacy for the community. And obviously they have been working on these issues assiduously over the time that they've been elected as a member in the House. I've witnessed that, and this bill in particularly, I think, aligns with the values that we hold dear in this province. That's the values of fairness, respect, and dignity for all people, regardless of their background or identity. So as legislators, it's our responsibility to ensure that every Nova Scotian, regardless of who they are, who they love, or where they come from, feels that they are included in our society, but also truly valued. This bill is a vital tool, I think, to ensure the equity-deserving groups are represented and supported in our laws and policies, and I think many of us know of circumstances where people from the communities in this bill that it speaks to, that they're not always feel welcomed, and that they've experienced challenges in workplaces and businesses and with government interactions themselves. We know that there are still too many people in our province that experience discrimination, marginalization, and a lack of opportunity simply because of who they are. And this bill is an important step forward, addressing those inequities and ensuring that our human rights framework evolves to reflect the diversity of experience in our workplace. It's not just about addressing past wrongs, it's about making sure that moving forward, every Nova Scotian feels that they're a valued part of the fabric of our province. So we must create spaces where everyone has equal access to justice, equal protection under the law, and the equal opportunity to thrive. By supporting this bill, we send a message that we believe in equality, that we believe in opportunity, and that we believe in the inherent value of every person in our community. So let's continue to make Nova Scotia a place where people feel included, where all people feel included, empowered to live with dignity and respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I stand in my place to speak about Bill 58, I want to begin by saying that I fundamentally believe that at our core, each of us wants to know that we are seen and we belong. And I want people to know, as I stand on behalf of government, as Premier Houston has said, that no matter who you love or how you identify, you matter and you belong in Nova Scotia. I fundamentally believe that all members in this House also believe this. And so today, I stand first to reaffirm our commitment as government to moving forward, to advancing equity, and to assure Nova Scotians that we are not interested in going back. What I'm going to talk about today is what has happened, and as a government, how we're moving equity forward. I think that's the part that's up for debate. I don't think how we feel individually about people who belong to the 2S LGBTQIA community, how important they are to the fabric of our province. But I think perhaps there is some debate on how we can move forward. I want to acknowledge that initial steps began under the premiership of the member from Timberley Prospect, standing up the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism in 2021, I believe. And so I want to acknowledge that work. And so the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism exists to work across government to identify and address systemic racism and inequity in government policy, legislation, programs and services. And additionally, the office works in community with people with lived experience from diverse populations to inform the office's work, but also to help us work towards improving social and economic well-being in Nova Scotia. So I'd like to highlight some of the work that is specific to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community at a higher level, and I certainly I'm fortunate to stand as the Minister of Health, but I do appreciate that this department is under another minister, so this is not an exhaustive list, and I hope I will adequately describe some of the things that have been underway. So I also want to acknowledge that we recognize the fear and anxiety and frustration many 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals and communities are feeling right now. In the Equity and Anti-Racism Strategy, government made a public commitment to develop an action plan, and we remain firmly committed to seeing that work through. The Office of Equity and Anti-Racism is leading the development of the plan and continues to coordinate work across departments, engaging with community and advancing policy and program changes. I'm just going to refer to it as the Office for the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. It's a bit of a mouthful sometimes. So the office is also tasked with representing the 2S LGBTQIA+ community within government, ensuring that voices from the community are reflected in policy discussions, decision-making, and service delivery, and government understands that real change must be shaped by those with lived experience. And that's why we're working closely with 2S LGBTQIA+ community individuals, advocates, and organizations to ensure voices help guide the development of the action plan. Staff supporting the development of the action plan are also members of the community. In the past year, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism led extensive engagement efforts, including partnering with a number of community-based organizations that serve and represent the Pride community. They have also recently provided community network grants to several organizations that serve the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, including the Health Equity Alliance of Nova Scotia, the Queer Health Coalition, and the Rainbow Refugee Association of Nova Scotia. And so this funding will support important projects to improve health care and supports in community. And the office is leading government, actively taking steps to address the barriers and concerns raised by community, and will continue working in partnership to improve access to inclusive and affirming services. So the reason I want to highlight the work of the office is because I really think it's important that the office oversees the work around equity and diversity. And the reason I say that is because while there are specific issues and concerns that are raised from different diverse populations, I think we have to really consider intersectionality and where we have individuals who actually experience double or triple jeopardy as a result of identifying with several communities. And we want to make sure that the work that happens promotes and raises individuals across the province. And I reflect on some education I took a long time ago when I was working in the school board, and we had a facilitator in by the name of Nolan Pike. And Nolan was doing some work talking about how we can create trans-friendly environments in schools, and really appreciative of his insight. And I remember something he said, it was actually very foundational, it was a big shift for me. He said that when we create environments that are safe for trans individuals, we create environments that are inherently safer for everybody. And to me, that was one of the moments that I kind of fully sat and understood the issues around intersectionality, and how when we're very intentional in the ways in which we lean in and understand policy and understand barriers, how safety for one group of individuals can improve the safety for others. And I have to admit that that has stayed with me over the years. I don't know how many years ago it was. It feels like a long time. The work that's happening is across multiple populations. Some things are certainly specific interventions, and others are more broad. In the bill, there was also a reference to healthcare, and I want to acknowledge the health equity framework. The consultation that went into the framework was pretty extensive, and certainly there were a number of not only individuals but groups that represent the 2S LGBTQIA+ community who were able to come in and weigh in on their experiences and the needs that they have in healthcare. The health equity framework is part of Solution 6. I shouldn't have favorites, but solution 6 really is my favorite solution, because it's where we talk about how do we create health in our province. Often I will say I'm the Minister of Healthcare, and all of my cabinet colleagues are the Ministers of Health, because each of the ministries represents a determinant of health. So we're committed to a community-led approach with the health equity framework, focusing really on the patient experience, health and human resources, and also healthcare workers' experiences and health system policies and practices. So we've taken several steps to improve specifically care in the healthcare system, and I do appreciate it's imperfect and there is more to do. But certainly we've taken several steps to improve access to gender-affirming care, improving and streamlining the application process, supporting education, not only for healthcare students, but also for healthcare providers, to make sure that there is a basic and fundamental knowledge of how to support individuals seeking gender-affirming care or who have recently received gender-affirming care, and how individuals can care for folks from really intentional and safe conversations to post-surgical intervention care, looking at, I think some folks maybe are intimidated at times around hormone therapy as an example, and so really creating a network where we can support clinicians across not only urban environments but rural environments to ensure that they have the information that they need. And we're able to now also, for primary care providers, we've included a billing code, which I think is really important. And a billing code for gender-affirming care allows a couple of things. Number one, it allows clinicians time so they don't feel under that pressure. So that allows, that gender-affirming care billing code allows us to see that healthcare providers are actually given more opportunity to spend time with patients versus other billing codes, which may be more of a transactional approach, and also ensuring that those individuals that use the billing code actually have done the education and the work that's required to make sure that they are knowledgeable and safe in terms of the care that they deliver. So examining the system includes the policies and processes for patients, providing education to staff, which I think is really key. Certainly there's been work that's happened in Pride Health, a partnership between Nova Scotia Health and IWK works to improve access for safe, coordinated, comprehensive primary health care. And also, in addition, Pride Health provides education and resources to Nova Scotia Health and IWK staff. And I think what's really important is as employers, every single person, it's incumbent on them to understand how to create a more safe and inclusive environment. And I think about when I worked at RK McDonald, we were just pre-pandemic starting to have conversations about how would we welcome the first transgender resident to the nursing home? How would we support staff? How would we make sure that staff had the skills and the knowledge and the attitudes that were essential in order to welcome a transgender individual into a really communal living environment? How could we make sure that it was safe? And so those conversations were beginning. We had reached out to Fudger House in Toronto, which was really the leader at the time in terms of providing Pride community with long-term care and seen as the beacon, and we had the we had their toolkit, and so those types of things were so important for us, and I think it's incumbent on leaders throughout the system to really understand how best to support. I also think it's important that each of us takes time to do really important work and critically understand our own values and beliefs, that we understand where our unconscious bias is. And I think it's important that we have opportunities in our life to seek out those opportunities. But as a government, as employers, across business communities, I think it's important that we encourage people to do that critical self-reflection and understand exactly how best we create an environment in our workplaces that is safe and inclusive. And I really do feel that the work that's happening under the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, that work can be disseminated, that we can have consistency throughout government, and then use the learnings that we have to look at folks like our operators at Nova Scotia Health, as well as IWK, in order to support environments that are safe and supportive. So I appreciate that there's surely more to do, and we'll continue to do that work. New policies, rules, and restrictions in other provinces have rightly made people feel more afraid. We don't need to look very far to see very terrifying examples of discrimination and hatred in our own country, and certainly south of the border. In some ways, it might feel to people like progress is being lost. And I want to be very clear, no matter who you are, who you love, or how you identify, Nova Scotians deserve to live without fear and intimidation. We will continue to move forward and make progress. Make no mistake, our government is committed to equity, committed to inclusion. We fully support the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and growing safe and inclusive communities across our province. But let's also be clear that legislation is not the only tool that will improve or fix things. It's really important that we recognize that people are, each of us, people working throughout government, people working in our communities. So we will continue to work together to support the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, think about our biases and how we approach things and see things, and then challenge it. And that's how we make progress, and that's how we make a difference. Thank you.
If I am to recognize, no. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Siddle, Sable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the members who have participated in this discussion. And I think, actually, I would like to start reflecting upon where the member just ended in terms of talking about the work that we need to do all the time to work from a position of learning and curiosity, to recognize that all of us have grown up in contexts that actually do contain a lot of heterosexism, a lot of homophobia, a lot of transphobia, also like racism and ableism and lots of other things too. I'll try and keep my remarks focused. And we constantly need to be thinking about where's our growth points, where's our pain points, what if we don't understand something, to seek it out and not to allow that sort of social conditioning to take over. But I also fundamentally believe that that's important, but there's also a real need to be accountable and to hold government to account. And I think this is particularly important now in a time of growing hate and misinformation. So I've tabled in this House before information about, for instance, Twitter accounts that dominate the transphobic space and sphere on that social media platform. They're actually kind of like run out of one or two places, like one or two organizations, and earn billions of dollars for their sponsors. So you know, it is a frightening time, and I know that there's been some accusation that from folks in here about fear mongering and that sort of thing, and I mean, I just want to assure you that please don't accuse young queer and trans people of fear mongering when they ask you for reassurance. Please don't assume that what I'm saying is not reflective of what the letters I've received, the phone calls I've had. It is time for us to stand up and be counted. When I entered this House, when I was elected, I was actually incredibly surprised at how silent, in fact, this House had become on issues of equity for 2S LGBTQIA+ Nova Scotians. A number of the structures that had been built, that I had helped build in the public service, actually had been eliminated by the Liberals, and was very disappointed to see that, because I knew that if we didn't have capacity, if we didn't have people whose professional job was to be responsible for understanding context, issues, possibilities for action and programs, if we don't have that, in fact, it can't be everybody's job, because it has to be somebody's job. And if we allow it to be, it has to become very practical and tangible, especially when we think about government. So when I was first elected, I started something called the Queer Forum. Anybody's invited, meets about monthly. I've had folks from lots of different departments come and be part of that. It's an online group that gathers together folks from across the province and organizations. And really, I wanted it to be as nonpartisan as possible in a way for queer and trans Nova Scotians and the people that work with them to have an ability to connect in with what's happening in the provincial government. So we've had folks, everything from vital stats, we've definitely had a few visits from folks at the Department of Health and Wellness and other parts of the government. And it's been a really important place for me too to understand kind of where the temperature is at, what people are experiencing in their community. And I had 3 goals that my lovely caucus has supported me in over the past number of years. One is to have a minister responsible for 2S LGBTQIA+ issues. So I have definitely felt support from a number of ministers in the previous session and this session on these issues, 100%. But I do think that having one minister who's responsible again and accountable for action would be appropriate. Especially, we also have a ton of ministerial assistants. Surely someone could have stepped forward, and if that minister is to be the Minister of Justice with the Office of Equity, I really think it should be named. I think this needs to be an accountable position. I also, looking at the national landscape, advocate for a 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan. That is underway. I'm just going to open up a broad parentheses and say that there has been community consultation, but the feedback to community is long overdue. And so I have had the chance to talk with the Minister of Justice. I know that this is committed to, but the time is now. Public consultations ended like last summer, I believe, and there has been the development of what we heard document, but what we heard document has not been what we've seen. We haven't seen it yet, and I think again this is an important time for people to think about accountability and transparency and like the really kind of boring functions of government, which are to do good public engagement and develop good policy, go back to people, and then implement it. A secretariat again. Perhaps under that minister is a way to bring it all together, because this is complex, it is intersectional, it goes across functions of government, levels of government, and we need the action plan to be released, we need funding to go along with it, because if it doesn't get funded, it doesn't get done, and we need to support in the public service and amongst us all, the professionalization of skills around that. So not only asking people to represent their community in a professional role, that's one part of that, but really, it's about being able to consider, have that professional approach, like whether, that's someone who, works in other areas of equity as well. And I do strongly feel that we still need to do better. So I appreciate, I do, when people say, love who you love, be who you are, except that honestly, we all figured that out. Like, we're good on that. We actually don't need the affirmation of people to tell us that we can love who we love, we can be who we can be. We got that. It's not actually what we're asking for these days in terms of programs, services, and rights. And this government knows that because they've asked people. So they've asked people in the development of the guidelines to support trans and gender diverse students. This government has asked people in the development of the action plan. And the Department of Health and Wellness has from time to time connected with various advocates, individuals and organizations who could also talk about this. So we're not actually asking for the right to be who we are or the right to love who we love, because we've got that one figured out. What we want is people to be accountable for what we've told you. And so we need the action plan, and the minister has committed to it, but not a timeline. I would encourage this government to be clear on the timelines for that action plan. I remain disappointed in what I see as the lack of accountability around the engagement that's happened around the guidelines to support trans and gender diverse students. And I have suggested ways in which the government could start being more accountable to young people about what's happened. And I understand that perhaps I feel like the minister does take offense to that, but I'm trying to relay what I've seen over years of this discussion with the guidelines. And that when young people have said to me, is it going to happen? Like, is it going to be like New Brunswick? Is it going to be like Saskatchewan? And honestly, until I found out that the guidelines were coming out, I would say, I don't think so. I think this government has indicated a great willingness to work on a range of issues. But honestly, it's now time to demonstrate. So you've told us, stop telling us, show us. And that means an action plan, a minister, a ministerial assistant, and frankly, an explanation as to what's happening with the guidelines. And I've also asked the minister of this session to simply confirm that Nova Scotia students will be able to use their name and pronoun in schools. That's something that the previous minister was more than willing to confirm on regular occasion. I've asked the Premier to condemn homophobia and transphobia, and these, honestly, the first time I asked the Premier that, I just want to let you know, that wasn't like a gotcha moment. You know what it was? It was like a little softball. Like, I knew, because of the amount of hate being faced by my communities around this country and internationally, that having the political leader of this province stand up and say, yeah, I condemn transphobia and homophobia, would make a difference. That's what people are looking for. And you know, now, because when I ask about, now when I'm asking about pronouns and names, when I'm asking about condemning transphobia and homophobia, honestly, it feels like I'm putting communities at risk. I'm opening up the vulnerability of communities by asking for what I would consider the absolute bare minimum, and frankly, our rights guaranteed under the Charter of Rights and Freedom, and people aren't stepping up to do it. It is deeply disappointing. So we can do better. We have to do better. We need an accountable relationship with the queer and trans community. We have an amazing people and organizations across this province. Some of you gathered with Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance last week. That is a great example of a community organization who should be engaged on a regular basis. I know that, you know, what we've seen has often been a very random, sort of opportunistic approach to engagement of the queer and trans community. And then where there has been more structure, like the guidelines or like the action plan, we're not hearing anything back. So it's time, like I said, it's time to show us, not tell us. And I still, you know, one of my early goals was around improving access to gender-affirming care. There has been a revised process. There are more resources in place. That is all true. However, since September 2022, we've been talking about the Standards of Care version 8 from the World Professional Association, and those I understand are still in discussions, but I just think, you know, the government who's working faster, whatever it is, you know, on healthcare, this really shouldn't be that hard. So first of all, we look to international guidelines, we look to things like evidence-based practice, because we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? So we rely on the expertise that people gather across Canada and around the world in lots of different areas of health. And you know, I just think that it's been 3.5 years, and you know, today the minister talked about estimating the costs, and I'm sure that based on the last 3.5 years, the minister could in fact accurately estimate the cost based on what's been requested. And I don't think to this government's budget that it would be a great drain. But you know what it means? You know what it means when people say, there's this thing that's going to make me healthier, stronger, better able to be a great Nova Scotian, and you have a system that says no. And it is devastating. And I think this practice has ended, which is great. But not only that, what we've seen on the Standards of Care 8 is that people have applied and been denied. And those people who can then afford legal counsel have been able to appeal. And so some people who have the money and the energy and the ability to go seek legal counsel have actually gotten these services that aren't provided for otherwise. And other people haven't. And people who have gotten the services have been asked to sign NDAs. This is completely shameful. I think it's stopped. But, you know, we only, I mean, the message to the community, because people talk, honestly. The message to the community is, unless you can get yourself a lawyer, don't bother asking for the full extension of your rights. And, we've talked a lot about the investments making in healthcare, about the priceless investments that have been made in healthcare. This is a pretty easy one that would not break the bank, and I think is really important. I've met with people time and time again from sexual health organizations, researchers, pharmacists, service providers and service users around access to PrEP in this province. It is still a barrier. Again, this would be an easy one. It is a barrier. When people move from Ontario, they're like, wow, I really can't get this access to the medication is too expensive. We can make a huge difference. And then, I think also just thinking about gender-based violence. So again, there's lots of information about the experiences of queer and trans people around gender because the questioning of gender is threatening. And so what that looks like is harassment in the streets. We've talked time and time again about the stats in schools. We're asking Nova Scotia students and they're telling us we need to listen. We're not fear-mongering. So we need to show the 2S LGBTQI plus community that we are a government that acts. We need to show them, let's go beyond love is love and be yourself and ensure equity, justice, and if you're asking us what we want, we've told you what we want, and that needs to be respected. Thank you.
Go ahead. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Siddle Sable Island.
I move to close debate. Adjourn debate.
There's a motion to adjourn debate. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the honourable opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 116, the Emergency Department Accountability and Transparency Act?
Bill 116, Emergency Department Accountability and Transparency Act. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise and speak today about the Emergency Department Accountability and Transparency Act. And today I stand here not just as an MLA, but also as I move debate. And now I can go into it. Sorry, that note was late. I stand here today not just as an MLA, but also as a parent. And a parent who, like so many others in this province, has spent countless hours sitting in a packed emergency room waiting for help. My 5-year-old son is bright and he's clever. He's full of energy. He loves Lego and he loves trucks and he loves his grandparents. But also, like many kids his age, he suffers from chronic and reoccurring ear infections that make it hard for him to sleep and eat and play. And like far too many people in Nova Scotia, Mac and I do not have a family doctor. So when Mac has a flare-up, and we try 811 and we try the clinics, we often find ourselves heading off to the IWK emergency room. I pack a bag and I bundle him up and we sit there and we wait. And in preparation for these remarks today, my son wanted me to remind everybody that he really likes the TV screens at the IWK. And they make it easier, but we wait and we wait and we wait. And the healthcare staff are working so hard and they're trying to make everyone comfortable and we see them running around and trying to help. Thank you. We get popsicles and we get coloring and they're doing their best. But as I sit there, I'm doing something that probably a lot of guardians are also doing. I'm triaging my own kid. Is he sick enough to be here? Is he being exposed to things? Is he exposing other kids to things? We play the game, should we stay or should we go? And I feel like I'm not helping by being there in that emergency room. And honestly, I'm feeling like a bad mom. because I feel like I'm failing my son. He's sick, and he's struggling with pain and discomfort. But I understand that it's not me that's failing my son. It's our healthcare system. The system is just not working. And while he and I wait, we see other families just like us. A mother cradling her toddler with a deep cough that just won't go away, or another parent whose daughter has twisted their ankle at a soccer practice. And of course, we see more serious issues. We see children with broken arms or legs. We see children with deep cuts that need stitches. Speaker, I know that his ear infections are not an emergency, but without a family doctor, I have few other options. Families like mine and children like my son are forced into emergency systems because there's nowhere else to go. And that means longer wait times for everybody, including children who need desperate and immediate care. This is the reality for thousands of families across Nova Scotia, families who sit for 8, 10 hours in crowded emergency rooms because they have nowhere else to go. I'm from rural Nova Scotia, actually, so when I'm sitting there in the IWK, I'm thinking of folk who don't have access to designated children's hospitals. We're so lucky to have the IWK. Families in rural areas who show up to their local emergency room and find that it's closed for the weekend. Families who do everything right. They pay their taxes, they work hard, they love their kiddos, but who still can't get help when they really need it the most. This isn't how health care should work. No family should be left scrambling to find an open emergency room in the middle of the night. And no child should have to wait in pain because their parents have nowhere to take them. This is why we need accountability in our emergency rooms. We need metrics, we need data.
Order, please.
Certainly.
I'm sorry to the person speaking. I just want to remind members in this House that when you enter and leave this chamber, you are to bow to the person speaking and to the chair. It's the one long-standing tradition we have to show respect. I know it gets testy in here at times, but that is one way we show respect each other. I recognize the member from Halifax, Chiboucto.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We need metrics and we need data, and we most importantly need answers. We can do that with our legislation. The Emergency Department Accountability and Transparency Act. The government's decision to do away with the annual Emergency Department Accountability Act is a sad one. This government claims that it's not helpful because the numbers are outdated. But instead of scrapping the accountability report altogether, I suggest we fix it. By requiring quarterly reports, our act will finally give us the full picture of what's happening in our emergency rooms. This picture will be timely and it could be accurate. It will tell us how many people are waiting and how long they are waiting and how many leave without ever being seen, because I will say that I have left without ever being seen. It will track closures so we know what hospitals need the most help. And it will force health authorities to consult with affected communities so that instead of just accepting these closures, we can start finding real solutions. Because every time an emergency department closes, it doesn't just impact hospitals, it impacts an entire community. It pushes more people into already overcrowded hospitals in other regions of our province. It leaves rural families with nowhere to turn. It puts lives at risk. Speaker, no parent should have to hold their child's hand and wonder if they'll be seen. I've done that. No child should ever have to suffer in pain while waiting in an overcrowded ER. And my son has done that. And no family should be left without care because of lack of action. Nova Scotians deserve better, parents deserve better, and most of all, our children deserve better. The Emergency Department Accountability and Transparency Act is a step towards accountability, towards transparency, and toward real solutions. And for the parents sitting in emergency rooms tonight, holding their sick and injured children, that help cannot come soon enough. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to get up just for a few minutes to talk about the bill and supporting the bill for my colleague. There are some key messages that I take from it when it comes to reporting, and we've heard conversations about the minister and why they are changing it. But I always go back to the history. Mr. Speaker, you would be aware of some of the challenges in the Glace Bay Emergency Department over the years, and the challenges that were there, and the challenges around the extensive wait time in the ERs at the Cape Breton Regional, which on average is so far beyond the average of wait times that you're experiencing across the province. We all hear those stories, and I always say the more data that we can give to people, the better. And I've said this, Mr. Chair, before, is that being here for a few years, you get a good history lesson. You learn a lot. And in defense of the minister wasn't here those years, and many people weren't here those years. But the government today, every single day in the legislature, for the people that were here, pounded and pounded and pounded away on guys like myself and others, and I'm using Cape Breton, the protests at the office and the megaphones in the face. It's people don't understand some of the protests that happened over the years by the Tories and the NDP who were involved, MLAs and candidates, against all of the work, all of the advocacy, and governments come forward, and I'm not saying that this government hasn't invested in healthcare, they're making investments, but particularly on this, every day of my existence as an MLA for the first 7 years was, look at this list at the regional hospital. It's terrible. Here's the data. The government's failing. And the guy that was raised, the person raising that piece of paper is the current premier of this province, and others that were in the caucus those years, and candidates all over the province were waving the documents saying, look at the despair in these numbers. The wait lists in the ERs are out of control. And then they would set up press conferences with doctors, and they would set up press conferences with other medical professionals right at the entrance of the regional hospital. I remember, I walked right into it. There was Tories there. Tories everywhere, Mr. Speaker. They were everywhere. They were everywhere. And their message during these press conferences, look at these numbers, they're terrible. What are those liberals doing to the healthcare system? To the healthcare system on numbers that were better than they are right now. That's right. That's right. Let's have some fun. It's the last day. Let's have some fun. Let's debate like Cape Bretoners, I say. But anyway, so when I look at this bill, I remember those days, and I know that the minister will respond, and I look forward to her response. I do. It's the last day. Oh, maybe she's not responding. Maybe she's not. Maybe she had enough of me, Mr. Chair. But I say that, I joke about it, but I don't, because seriously, I remember those years. Mr. Speaker, you would remember those years. There are others that would remember those years, to the point where we had police in our offices. There were that many people coming through the door over wait lists for doctors and wait lists at the ER. And they were using the same information that they're now getting rid of. It got them to government. 1,000% was a huge foundation of how this government formed government. And there are people on all sides that were around for that history lesson. They were there. Some of them were actually with me during that history lesson. Some of them were. Some of them were. It was wild times. It was wild times. And you know what? They were effective in advocacy. They were. I'll give them that. Right? A lot of the advocacy, and so was the media, and everybody played a role. Do you know what the media used when they told their stories? The data that the government is getting rid of. That's it. This information has been used by this government so many times over the years, and now they don't want to use it. They don't want to use it. That's why I just don't, you know, it's just, again, it's governments will make decisions. Not everybody will agree with everything we did either. But on this one and on this bill, and why we support the bill is because I just seen too much, heard too much, know too much, I don't know, but I just, there are major concerns within our ERs. The regional hospital wait time at the ER is off the charts. Yeah. It is off the charts. And the government comes out and says, well, we're fixing healthcare and we're investing. But that particularly at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, talk to the people that are there. God love the doctors and the nurses, they're doing their best. You know what I mean? There are good people within our system. So I would never want to degrade the work that they do, because they're overworked and they're stressed out, and they're feeling this every day. The numbers at the Cape Breton Regional are astronomical, the wait time. Not even close to other spots. So that's why I wanted to get on my feet. And the government will come back, Mr. Speaker, as I suspect, and they'll defend their record. That's fine. Yeah, we're here debating this issue and this bill, and I'm happy to stand with my colleagues, because it was the foundation of why they're sitting on that side of the House. It was everything. It was absolutely everything they talked about. It was. And now we're seeing, and to this bill, this is why we support it. The more information that you can give people, the better. And I can tell you, so there's many folks over on that side that haven't sat in opposition yet, but there are some that have sat in opposition and know exactly what I'm talking about, whether it's about this or anything else. I know the Minister of Environment was a huge advocate for education when he was in opposition, and transportation for kids and all that stuff. No, it's a respectful thing. You know what I mean? He was a huge advocate for it. You know what I mean? I remember the member from Sackville, me and him got in fights about everything all the time. You know what I mean? But he was an advocate in opposition for certain things that mattered around kids and everything else. Like, I can tell a story about all of the folks that I've been in here. There are certain passions that people have, right? And I congratulate them for it. It's important. And the one thing, the one thing everybody used in opposition when they were there was disinformation that the government got rid of. They used it every day. Every day they used it. It was the first question that came out, and some of the questions to the health ministers back then, some people are smiling, they were wild. You think the questions we're asking are tough? My God, go back and watch the clips. And you know, I'm not even saying that to be funny, because some of them were way out of line, way out of line. That's right, you know, pointing across the way, no. Mr. Chair, not speaking through the chair. You know what I mean? Using words like blood and death and all of these things, like in their questions. I would never do that to a colleague in this place. We can have a healthy debate. I'll put my case forward. I don't fundamentally believe they should be getting rid of this information. It's like the doctor wait list. You know what I mean? They use that wait list every day. Look how many doctors, or look how many people need a doctor. Look at this list. It's the Bible for our entire political campaign. Good morning. We were reminded every day, every question. This place was 99% health-related questions for the folks that remember. And I don't think people would disagree with me. 99% were healthcare. And 90% of them were doctor wait lists and ER wait times. Right? So when the government comes out and says, oh, well, we're investing in healthcare, great. I know you are. And if people are getting a doctor, great. We celebrate that. If the wait list is traditional, if these lists are organically going down and people are getting attached to a family doctor, which I said was their foundation of why they formed government, and these numbers are going down in our ERs, then great. I congratulate the government on it. We all want that, no matter where we sit in here. We want people to get the health care that they need, and we want people to get access to it. And I can appreciate it because I was on that side. And I had to defend my record, Mr. Chair, on a daily basis on health care. On a daily basis, when we made the decisions to make all the closures in Cape Breton, both parties, I couldn't go to the grocery store for a month, Mr. Speaker, because people could, seriously, my family couldn't. It was terrible. People thought we were dismantling healthcare, was what the Tories called it of the day. And then the Tories cut the ribbon out in Waterford 2 weeks ago on the project. I wasn't invited. I was heartbroken. I wasn't invited. I wasn't invited to the announcement. I probably won't be invited to the rest of them. Very happy for the healthcare, for the cath unit at the regional. But guess who didn't want any of that project? The Tories didn't want any of that project. They pounded and pounded away. Dismantling healthcare in Cape Breton, it was called in here. Can't believe it. Cut the ribbon. Let's go cut another ribbon. Oh, new school, let's cut a ribbon on that one too. But anyway, to this bill, I know I'm getting off track, Mr. Chair. I'm surprised you gave me that much runway. So it's a good, hey, we're having a good debate. It's the last day. A little bit of forgiveness. But I do want to say this, and I'll end with this. There are good people in the healthcare system that are working in these ERs, and everything's coming at them. And we all support them. We want the best for folks that are working in our healthcare system. And I want to thank them for the work that they do. And in this bill, which ultimately is aiming for more accountability and transparency, of course we're going to celebrate that. The government will debate why it should be gone. I'm really looking forward to who's speaking on behalf of the Tories. He's going to give us a great history lesson too as well, I hope. But I just want to rise to my place to support my, it's the last day. So I want to support my colleagues, and as I said, there are 43 seats in this place right now. That's because of a carbon tax, but anyway, we can talk about that another day, which we never supported. But the foundation, we never did. I was never a carbon tax guy. On the record multiple times. But I want to say this, the foundation of what this government is on that information. It's on the information on the ERs, and it's on the information of the needed family practice wait list. It was everything. They targeted riding after riding. Oh my God, Sydney has this many people on the list, and that MLA is doing a terrible job. I'm still here to tell the story, but anyway, they tried. But that's what it was, and it was the whole strategy around it. I remember the old candidate from Glace Bay. He had a lot to say. Sitting in the speaker's chair now, congratulations, but we would debate back in the day too, before we became colleagues, and that's fine, that's democracy. But that information is the foundation of what this government is, and they're doing their very best now to try to get rid of all of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh God, please.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to get up, and then I heard the member said, let's have some fun. So I was just like, let's have some fun. I'm not going to be mean or anything like that. I'm just going to, I've known the member from the moment he unsuccessfully ran the first time until he ran and won again. And he has done a great job of representing his community. Very passionate and on this topic of healthcare. Well, except when the healthcare workers were on strike. But then that was different, right? That was different. There was the passion wasn't there. He knows as well as I know that large investments needed to be made. Restructuring of the healthcare needed to be done. And we are seeing all the positive things right now. And I understand, like, we talk about the list, Mr. Speaker, and how the list was much smaller then. Well, the NDP should stand up and say, what was the list when they were in government, right? Like, if we're just going on the size of the list, every government before could pat themselves on the back. But one thing I will say, I've been doing this long enough, I've watched the list grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And now, Mr. Speaker, it's declining, 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 declining. And that's a positive thing, because it takes time for the investments. And I heard the member talk about cutting ribbons. Well, you could say that about any government. The Liberal government was cutting ribbons on the NDP's decisions too when the NDP were in power for that first time. And I will say that I'm not going to say who, but a reporter said to me one time that minister is one of the most, on this side for sure, is the most prepared minister they know. It wasn't a Nova Scotia reporter. No, I'm just joking. But what I will say is I've never seen a minister, Mr. Speaker, know their portfolio better than the Minister of Health. You could ask that member when the walls at the IWK were last painted in section whatever, and that minister would not have to look at her notes. The minister would know. And the reason the minister knows is because the minister has lived healthcare her whole life and is very passionate about healthcare, Mr. Speaker. And I will say this, I trust that minister 100% with the healthcare system. We have a lot of good colleagues around, and there's a lot of great people on that side of the House. There's literally no one that I think is more capable on guiding us and the healthcare system than that minister right there. I'll be asking her for things later. So I just wanted to get up and stand on that and talk about, we talk about lists, we talk about all kinds of different things, Mr. Speaker, but the truth is it's about results. It's about access to health care, and it's about making sure people get that health care when they need it. And I will say this, I've heard members opposite say disparaging things about the app that's out there, the app that's being used, right? Saying that you can't replace health care and it's just a Band-Aid solution. I'm going to give you my own personal example of how that app works, Mr. Speaker. I was in Walmart. This was before, months and months and months ago. I don't shop at Walmart anymore. But months and months ago, I was in Walmart and I got a reminder that my prescription was up for renewal. So then I looked through the app and I realized that my prescription had expired. So what I did was went on the app, spoke to a trained healthcare professional, and by the time I was done buying, I don't know what it was, maybe it was, one of the holidays, I was buying treats for the kids. By the time I was done picking out those treats, which was 15 minutes, it was ready at the pharmacy at that Walmart. That is healthcare. You know what that did? That saved me from having to walk-in clinic or going to see a family doctor or whatever other entries are into the healthcare system. It allowed me to do that while I was shopping and at the same time not taking a space somewhere else in the healthcare system for a more critical need. So those are the things that I look at along with our family doctors, along with our doctors. And, we know that, and I know, I'll give you another example. When I had my family doctor, Dr. March, rest his soul, passed away, had thousands and thousands and thousands of people, patients, and when he left, it took several doctors to take on his workload. And so the minister will tell you, and we all know, if you want to talk about numbers, more nurses are working in this province than ever before. More doctors are working in this province than ever before. More resources are going into healthcare to make sure that people have access to healthcare, including things like the menopause clinic, which is huge. It's the first one in Canada. Shingles vaccine. This is all part of the healthcare system and ensuring that people don't end up in our emergency room. They don't have to go to a family doctor for appointments, that they're able to go to a pharmacy, to a clinic. Another great example is the pharmacy clinic that opened up in Spryfield at Shoppers Drug Mart. It's been amazing. It's been fantastic. And we should be out there, no matter your stripe, promoting these things to our constituents, to the people we love and care for, saying, use the app. Use the technology. Use our pharmacists. You know, I remember a story, one of the stories that always sticks in my head about pharmacists is from 2013-14. I think we were at a PANS event, and a pharmacist walked up to me, a pharmacist who I knew well. I grew up with them. And he said, we're not even close to being used to the best of our ability. He said, we can contribute so much more to the healthcare system than we are right now. We can relieve our doctors and our specialists. We can help take the load off of them. Why are you not using us? And so when I hear people say, going to see a pharmacist or a pharmacist clinic is not a family doctor or healthcare, that's simply not true. It may, in terms of, it may not be a family doctor, but they are providing extremely valuable healthcare. And all of this is part of the solution. We know that healthcare is changing right across this world. There is no doctor tree where we can pluck doctors off the tree. If we could, we would. And I mean that when I say, listen, I'm not trying to gain anything from that minister, but I truly mean it when I say that it's incredible. Question period for me is incredible to watch. Because healthcare is such a huge, huge file. And to watch somebody be able to get up and answer those questions with ease, knowing the history behind wait lists, behind, I don't see, that's all I got for healthcare, wait lists and buildings and machines and doctors and retention and recruitment. It's pretty incredible. Oncology, is that what I said, oncology? And that minister will tell you the reason she ran in the first place was because she saw the state of healthcare and she wanted to make a difference. And I'm very proud of the work she does. I'm very proud of everybody in the Department of Health. They work under some incredible pressure, Madam Speaker. And a lot of times, we as politicians have the easy part. We get to go cut the ribbons. We get to go make the announcements. We get to go smile in front of the cameras and talk to the media about all these great decisions. But it's really the individuals behind the scenes that are working hard to ensure that our healthcare system is the best possible system in the world. It is the doctors, the nurses, the technicians, the staff that clean the hospital and change the beds that are so integral and so important to our healthcare system. And that's why I was really glad to see fair and collective bargaining and agreements being able to reach with over 300 of our civil servants, but our healthcare system. And I have friends that are nurses and work in the healthcare system, and they feel appreciated. Is the healthcare system perfect? Absolutely not. There's lots more to do. I would say you'll know when the healthcare system's perfect and completely done. The minister will probably retire. She'll go back to Annie Ganesh. So there's more to do. I can tell you that that minister is a data-driven minister. I watch it all the time. She values the data. And decisions are not made willy-nilly. They're made based on resources, on data, on need, on geography. I have never heard that minister say that any decision is made because of politics. And that's rare. She makes those decisions based on the needs of Nova Scotians, no matter where you live, who you love, who you're affiliated with, because a Nova Scotian is a Nova Scotian. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of Bill 116, the Emergency Department Accountability and Transparency Act. This legislation is about something incredibly important to Nova Scotians, especially those living in rural communities. Knowing that when they have a loved one in crisis, help is available and the doors are open at their local emergency department. For those of us here in this chamber that are from rural Nova Scotia, we know just how vital our local emergency departments are. They aren't just healthcare facilities, they are lifelines. And at a time when so many people don't have access to a family doctor, these emergency departments have become an important point of contact. Without them, we're leaving thousands of people with nowhere to turn. In Cumberland County, we have seen this crisis unfold in real time. When I was first elected in 2017, we had 4 emergency departments, or collaborative emergency centers. Amherst, or Napan actually, Parsbro, Pugwash, and Spring Hill. Today, only Cumberland Regional, or Amherst, maintains consistent open hours. Spring Hill Emerge is now limited to only virtual care. Parsbro has been reduced to an urgent treatment center. And Pugwash operates as a CEC still, but does not have full-time physician coverage. People in our communities are being forced to travel long distances to access basic emergency services, and this is not just inconvenient. It is sometimes a matter of life and death. This bill doesn't necessarily fix all of that, but it's an important step forward as it acknowledges that people in Nova Scotia deserve to know when their emergency department is closing. They deserve to be consulted when there's an ongoing pattern of closure, and they deserve transparency on wait times. Accurate wait times, I might add, not what we're currently seeing online. Closure data and outcomes of consultations. They deserve to see what actions are being taken in response. And listening to the former speakers on this bill, it's very sobering for me, and maybe it's because I can't help but be a nurse. You know, I just hear from people every day that are suffering and completely stressed because they're either they themselves or a family member or a loved one is very medically ill and they're having trouble accessing the medical care that they need. So I find it hard to laugh at and not take seriously in this chamber. And while the former speaker from the government talked about how great things are, I have one question for that member. Why are they removing the report that shows the data if things are so good? Why did they table a bill that removes accountability? Why are they hiding that information if it's so good? fact is, Nova Scotians know the difference. The fact is, Nova Scotians know their experience. And I know for a fact there's members in this chamber right now with government that know the truth because they themselves are experiencing emergency department closures in their own communities, but they're muzzled and they're not allowed to speak out or say a word about it. And that is one of the weaknesses of our current partisan political system. When we allow whips to silence people and they can't even speak up for what their own people that elected them need. We all know that need a family physician registry list is higher now than when this government first began in 2021. So we hear the former member that spoke talk about how we're watching the numbers go down. Yes, after they went up exponentially. Nova Scotians know the truth. And the fact is we shouldn't be removing reports. We should be not decreasing accountability, and that's why I support this bill. I have just seen such a decline. I want to say, before I say what I was going to say next, I want to give credit to the current Minister of Health. I do believe that she is doing her best. But I also believe it is important to acknowledge the truth and to humbly accept questions when we have them in this House. And that has not been my experience, both whether it's in this legislature or through constituency work. There is a culture of silencing people. And I've seen it not just with myself, but with other members and with other people in the communities. The last bill, when I spoke to, I brought up about the tragic passing of Alison Holthoff and how that was all handled. Alison's husband came to my office and shared with me the story of what happened. He shared with me minute by minute what happened from the time they got to the emergency department to that moment. And he said, I want answers. I want an investigation. My assistant called the Minister of Health's office and asked for that for him, was told no. So then the next day I put it in writing. And I was given a meeting with the Northern Zone director, but she was not able to give me assurance that there would be an investigation for the husband into her death. Gunta that morning met with Chronicle Herald reporter Aaron Beswick. That was the morning of Alison's funeral. He met with Aaron for 3 hours and shared the story of his experience in the emergency department with his wife writhing in pain on the floor, not being seen. And some of you may remember Sunday evening is when the Chronicle Herald put that story online, and it just spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, on Friday, the day of Alison's funeral, I got a lot of messages from people starting to get angry at me because they saw me as government, and why was I not doing anything about it? So with Gunta's permission, I put on Facebook the letter that I had sent to the minister asking for an investigation so that the public knew that I was doing my best to help this man suffering from this tragedy. That was on Friday, and Friday night at midnight, I got an email sent to me from someone in the Department of Justice threatening to take legal action against me because I posted that. Anyway, I sought legal advice from 3 different lawyers who all told me it was intimidation tactics, do not remove it, so I did not. And then later, I believe some of my other opposition members, as well as my staff, did a FOIPOP to request the communication between the Premier's office and Department of Justice around this topic, and we got back a document and everything was redacted, page after page. So I bring that up because I believe people deserve to be treated better, and I don't think silencing people and not listening to people's concerns isn't helpful. It's not, and Nova Scotians and people like Gunta deserve better. Recently, I got an email from a family from Pictou, and the Premier is their MLA. And they're really upset, and I know they've reached out to other opposition members because no one from government will respond to them, and their daughter died tragically, I believe in Aberdeen, in the emergency department in Aberdeen. And they're not able to get any help. It's not right. People deserve better than that. People deserve to be respected and to be listened to. Most people that reach out around this province to me that have concerns with our healthcare system do not have any intentions of taking legal action. They just want answers. They just want to be heard. They want answers, and they want to know that that people are trying to make things better. I'll table the 16-point action plan that we created based on Gunta and that experience. The emergency department at Cumberland Regional is extremely overcrowded, and the government does have a plan in place for which we're very grateful to expand that emergency department, double it in size. That is actually something that former Premier McNeil announced in December of 2020. So we were anxiously awaiting for that for that announcement. It did take 4 years, but we are grateful that that's going to happen. It is very much needed for the safety of patient care in our emergency department there. But when our rural community hospital emergency departments are closed or not staffed adequately, it has a trickle effect. It has a ripple effect. And when our rural emergency departments are not able to see patients, then it puts a further burden on our regional hospitals. It puts a further burden on our regional emergency departments. I support this bill because I believe transparency and accurate reporting and calls for community consultation are important. Democracy calls for public engagement. And I can only speak for the people that I represent in Cumberland North, but I do hear from a lot of people throughout all Nova Scotia, and that is people want more information, people want to be listened to, people want engagement from their government. They don't just want flashy announcements and slogans that don't save lives. They want access to consistent care, meaningful community engagement, and honest, data-driven planning. And lastly, there's so much. I could talk for hours about healthcare. But speaking to this bill in particular, I do appreciate the NDP bringing this forward today on their opposition day and for continuing to give people a voice on healthcare. It continues to be a major issue here for the people of Nova Scotia, and it's important that we keep talking about it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and speak to the Emergency Department Accountability and Transparency Act. We've heard a fair bit, and while the response from the government was certainly animated. At no point did I actually hear a discussion of the bill. So I am hopeful that the government is paying attention to this piece of legislation because it's actually really simple and it does exactly what it says. It introduces accountability and transparency into understanding where we are with emergency care in our province. And I look around this chamber and I see MLAs from every party who have the challenge of emergency departments that are closed as much as they're open in their constituency. And I know that they hear about it. And so, you know, what we had until yesterday was at least an annual report that told us what kind of progress we were making around emergency care. And this isn't about the expansion of, you know, the scope of practice for pharmacists or MAPLE or the app. This is around emergency departments. And unless we've gotten to the point where we no longer feel like we need emergency care, it's something that has to be dealt with. And it's something that it's an area of healthcare in which we are frankly seeing a concerning trend. Rural emergency departments in particular are closed all the time. I have more emails from Nova Scotia Health advising me of emergency room closures on a daily basis than any other government department. And so it is concerning that in this session, the government has decided to do away with the report that allows us to track progress. And I understand that at any given moment, we can see some version of real-time data about emergency rooms and wait times and things of that nature. But the reality is, frankly, there are questions about that data. So I think generally it's accurate, but I think there are certainly questions about how granular it is. And we can't measure it over time. And that's what we need to do. We need to measure it over time. And so what we are proposing here is that we institute a quarterly report. This should be very simple for this government to do. We clearly have the back-end data because this is what's going out all the time. But let's aggregate that quarterly and let Nova Scotians know how we're doing. I think we heard in earlier debates the notion that the annual report was out of date, but we think that that excuse is out of date. If the report isn't current enough, let's update it. Let's work on it. Let's make it work for the people who rely on it. That's why we need quarterly reporting. We need a systematic way of understanding what's happening in emergency care. And Madam Speaker, this act does more than just shine a light on the challenges in our emergency departments. It creates a process to actually address it. When an emergency room experiences repeated closures, the legislation forces health authorities to consult directly with the communities served by those emergency departments. That means local residents will have a voice in finding solutions because these residents, our constituents, are the ones who feel the impacts of ER closures, and they deserve to be a part of the solution. Whether it's recruitment efforts, alternative services, or new models of care, this process will put community needs at the forefront. Our legislation would also require health authorities to report every single closure to the minister along with their plan to address it. No more silent shutdowns, no more communities left in the dark. If an emergency room is closing, the people of this province will know why, and they will know what action is being taken to fix it. The quarterly reports will also provide crucial data to inform how we address the issues within our healthcare system. It will answer questions like how many patients are leaving without being seen. And we know that the data there is bad, but we need to understand it in more detail and more regionally so that we can fix it. How long are people waiting? How many are relying on virtual care? These things matter because they tell the real story about what's happening in our hospitals. And when the data is made public, the government will have to respond to it. Unfortunately, this government has spent most of our precious time in this place attempting to consolidate power. focusing on silencing critics, dividing Nova Scotians, undermining local decision-making, eroding job security, and threatening academic independence. This is a description of the work that has been done. Meanwhile, communities across the province are going days at a time without access to their local emergency departments. This is what Nova Scotians went to the polls on. Healthcare, housing, affordability. We're not talking about that here, Madam Speaker, but we should be. Madam Speaker, this government had the chance to deliver real results for Nova Scotians. They had the chance to sign on to a federal pharmacare deal, a deal that would have made life more affordable and healthcare more accessible to people in every corner of this province. A deal that would have made contraception free for Nova Scotians. A deal that would have eradicated the costly copays that so many diabetics have to pay in our province to access care. But instead, the government dragged their feet, and now that an election has been called, may have missed that shot altogether. This is a government that talks about accountability but is scrapping the tool meant to deliver it. And this bill purports to put it back in a way that makes sense and that is responsive to Nova Scotians. It's time for this government to take accountability and share with Nova Scotians information about the healthcare system that they promised to fix. We urge this government to consider this legislation and to commit to keeping Nova Scotians informed about the state of their emergency care. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I move to adjourn debate.
There's been a request to adjourn debate. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader for the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes opposition business for today. I would like to turn it over to the Government House Leader.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader, Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to go into late debate.
There has been a request to move into late debate. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Late debate submitted by the MLA for Sydney, Member 2. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the public service are the backbone of this province, working tirelessly to deliver essential government programs and services the Nova Scotia rely on. Whereas the proposed government changes take away long-standing protections for public servants by allowing their termination without cause, without any justification or clear explanation, leaving them vulnerable to abruptly dismissal. Whereas the change severely weakens public servants' rights, introduces unnecessary instability into the public sector, and fosters a fearful and uncertain environment in the workplace, making it hard for public servants to communicate frankly with the government. Therefore, be it resolved that the House calls on the government to uphold the rights of the public servants and protect their job security in the workplace. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to get up in this debate for the next 10 minutes or so to talk about the civil service. The bill has now passed. This has been a big conversation amongst civil servants across the province, who I and others have argued have not received a clear indication of why the government needed to do this. You know, we've asked this question multiple times during the sitting of the legislature when we first heard about this, and we wanted the government to reconsider it. We saw the government reconsider a number of things when it came to their approach to trying to fire the Auditor General without cause, changes around FOIPOP, and some of the other amendments that they've had to make throughout this session because Nova Scotians stood up and said that we want to protect the independence of these offices and we want to protect our democratic institutions. So the government made changes to them, but they wouldn't make changes to this. And so for us, it was something that we had to keep asking because it was important because for a number of reasons, we fundamentally believe that in our civil service and the work that they do every day, we all see it firsthand in the departments that they support each and every day. We see it in some of the tough times, especially when there are challenges across our province. These employees are stepping up each and every day to support the work that needs to be done. And as I've said multiple times, Madam Speaker, these employees are feeling devalued. It's insulting. They don't understand why, and they've yet to be given a clear indication of why this legislation was necessary. This represents thousands of employees that work for government. These employees have been looking for answers, and a lot of questions have been asked by them and reached out to many of us here in the legislature to advocate on their behalf. As we've talked about, they're not protected under any collective agreement. They work directly each and every day for the government in many facets, whether it's in healthcare policy, whether it's supporting our first responders, a lot of the work that happens around the function of government, these employees are critical. And you know, this was my last chance to stand on my feet really and thank them for the work that they do and to reiterate from our caucus our support for them and again our rejection of the fact that this legislation was necessary. And a big part of it for all of us, as I've said, is that the government has not given a clear indication of why this needed to be in place. We've heard messaging on the floor and we've heard messaging in the media about we value our employees, we value their work, we're supportive of the civil service, we want them to be in a healthy work environment, we support them, we support them, we support them. And then all of a sudden, as I've said, it pivoted to we will give fair compensation, more fair than normal. We will, people will be looked after. We will make sure that in any transition that people are compensated, which really raised the flags for the media, for the civil servants, and for us in our caucus to say, okay, so there are changes coming, something's coming, something's coming, something's coming. And now, and then we've asked the question, and we asked the question here, Madam Speaker, to the minister at the time who said there is no reorganization coming. There is no reorganization. We support our employees, we value the civil service, we value the work they do. But again, asking the question to the Premier, asking the question to the minister, you know, listening to the media scrums, we still never got a clear indication of why the government wanted to do this. And it was interesting because the media asked questions today as we were leaving to the leaders of the parties, particularly of the opposition parties. And you know, there was a lot of talk. The leader of the NDP talked about, you know, what does she as the leader expect after the session is over, and she talked about the economy, and she talked about mining, and she talked about what the government's going to do around that since the bans were lifted. I immediately went to the civil service. That was the one for me. That is the one thing that I will. Development's going to come, Madam Speaker, depending on if there's a market condition for it. Yes, some bans were lifted, but the market ultimately is going to decide what happens. Consultation is going to be a big thing for this government, and they're going to run into some roadblocks. But first and foremost for me, what I'm going to be watching from this is what the government does now that they have the power to fire people without cause in the civil service. It is, I can tell the members of this House and the conversations that I've had with employees, they feel completely disrespected. completely at all levels. And I've made the argument multiple times about why would someone want to come work in that environment, Madam Speaker, when they can be fired, when hanging over their heads, they can be fired without cause, and the government will try to defend, oh no, that's not what we want to do, and I've argued to change the language if that's not what you want to do. But the government didn't change the language. They now have the authority, Madam Speaker, to use this at their discretion. And it's going to, and I said this in my last debate, that I would encourage the government to do a confidential survey with the civil service to see how they feel at work. And I guarantee you the levels of satisfaction would be in the basement right now because of what the government just passed. And the government just doesn't want to explain it at length. Like, why do they need it? Is there a certain department, or is there a certain plan, or is there something that we're trying to accomplish for the future of this province? No, we got to be flexible, and we support our civil service, but we'll offer good compensation in the event we let people go. And I always use the example, Madam Speaker, I've been waiting to table a document all week. And Madam Speaker, I used an example of, and it's part of the debate, I used the example of the folks that negotiated the child care deal. They're all civil servants. They worked very hard on this. I saw them work day and night to bring a $605 million deal to this province that reduced fees within the first year, that gave ECE workers raises, pensions, and benefits, free tuition, all of these things as part of that deal. And I congratulate them, and I always use them as a great example. But what I wanted to table is probably about 30 pages, Madam Speaker, of every announcement the government made celebrating the child care deal that they like to criticize so much. Communities all across the province, these were civil servants that worked on this deal that the government has continuously bashed. That may be unparliamentary, so I retract it, Madam Speaker, that the government has constantly criticized. Here's 30 pages of civil service work that the government announced. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new seats. Childcare spaces across the province designed by the civil service, so I'm happy to table that document for everyone to read. Premier's in there multiple times, celebrating the deal. So there's like 30 pages of it. So I would encourage everyone to read all the announcements that the government made that was designed by a civil service that you can now fire without cause. Transportation infrastructure renewal, or the new department, I don't know all the new department names. They've changed so much, a lot of letterhead change in this mandated government. Big names, big titles, lots of letters, lots of cost. Although energy came back, so that letterhead came back, that's good. But the point I'm making is that every department within government has dedicated civil servants that, as of a day ago, found out or knew, they said, the government did it. I can now be fired without cause. And I just wrestle with why, in a supermajority scenario, like the energy can get negative in here, as we all know. And like you're in a supermajority situation where you did not need to put this legislation in place. And I've talked to many a civil servant who are afraid of this. They're afraid they're going to lose their jobs. Morale in their offices and departments is in the basement. They feel disrespected by this government. And it was all, and they can't get an explanation from anyone of why the government needed it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise and talk about labour rights in our province, because that's what this is. This is a labour right in our province that has just been dismantled. Labour rights in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, and across the country have been hard fought and hard won. This is why the Labor Standards Code is such an important law, and one that we need to respect and strengthen, not weaken. Madam Speaker, I come from Cape Breton. In Cape Breton, we have a long tradition of fighting for labor rights. We have a strong tradition of protest when those rights are under attack. We act up and we fight back, Madam Speaker. Those labor rights were hard won and hard fought, and blood was spilt in many corners of this province for labor rights. And to see a government start attacking those labor rights, to start looking at firing people without cause, to start threatening people who are under collective bargaining, but they could either be problem stretchers or problem solvers, and threaten their jobs, is highly inappropriate. Speaker, 20 Nova Scotians died from workplace-related deaths last year. That's 20 lives lost by people who did nothing more than just show up to work. That's 20 families who lost a loved one. Madam Speaker, sadly, we are the home of the Westray mine disaster and the birthplace of the Westray law. But yet, there have been no prosecutions under it. And the right of striking workers continues to be undermined because this government refuses to ban the use of scab labor. In 2025, Madam Speaker, we need to be strengthening worker protections, not dismantling them. That's why it is so disappointing that this government, this PC government, is advancing their surprise agenda and have given themselves the power to bypass the labor code and fire public servants without cause. We have yet to hear of one single reason for the government to do this. Not one. And it's been asked multiple times in this House. And in fact, when asked by reporters, the Minister of the Public Service Commission couldn't even explain why they need to bypass the labor code. And I think that says it all there. If you can't find one single solitary reason to do this, one must know that it's wrong. Public servants do hard work on behalf of Nova Scotians. They are the ones who help design and administer the programs our communities need. And sometimes they need to be able to tell government some hard truths. And this government needs to hear hard truths, Madam Speaker. If they are to continue rushing forward with their surprise agenda, then they're going to need people who can provide them with good, thoughtful advice. Not people who are scared that they will be fired if they say something that government doesn't want to hear. I need to be clear. Nova Scotians don't want this. They didn't vote for this at the polls. Stripping job security from public servants does nothing to help the people of this province, but it does more to harm them because it means programs are not going to be designed when they need to be designed. They're not going to be administered when they need to be administered. Wait times for people on various programs, whether it's housing applications, whether it is programs to make life more affordable. All of those programs are administered by public servants. And what happens when you start firing them? Especially those who are not unionized, because those that are unionized under NSGEU, they have recourse. The public servants who are non-unionized don't. They're also the public servants who are administering the remedy. Many of them are non-unionized. What happens when you start firing them? Madam Speaker, this government should be working on strengthening job protections, not weakening them. And I'm going to continue to say that. We urge, Madam Speaker, we urge this government to do what they did with the Auditor General, to do what they did with the Freedom of Information, and walk this harmful policy back, either by voting it down today or coming it back in the next session and voting down again like they did their fixed election bill. To the public servants, we thank you for your work. We respect you. And we are very sorry that this government has put an axe over your head. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the government whip, I've spent most of this session getting notes together for other members to speak and coordinating speakers. And I felt a real urge to stand up and really put a final touch on the debate here today. And I rise to speak on this late debate with respect for the House, for this debate we're having, and above all, for each single dedicated person who makes up our public service. I stand here as a proud husband of a public sector employee. My wife, Heather, is a dedicated healthcare professional. She's a medical radiation technologist. So I stand here, definitely not here to demonize the public sector. So let me begin by stating that we all agree on one thing. Public servants are the true foundation of this province. That is not a political phrase, it's a fact. From delivering frontline services to managing our schools, hospitals, natural resources, and social systems, public servants are essential to the well-being of Nova Scotians. That's right. I've had the privilege of working closely with many of them. They're dedicated, they're professional, and deeply committed to their communities. So if you're an educational assistant working at St. Mary's Elementary in Aylesford, if you're the snowplower operator working out of the public works shed in Berwick, if you're the admin on the front desk at Western Kings Memorial Hospital in Berwick, if you're the youth worker at the Waterville Youth Facility, if you're a disability support worker at the Kings Regional Center, I truly value you all. Madam Speaker, though, let's move beyond applause lines. I hope to have a few more in the speech, but anyway. Today's discussion deserves clarity. It doesn't deserve fear-mongering. The resolution before us suggests that the government is undermining the public service, weakening protections, fostering fear, and promoting instability. Some Machiavellian scheme, Madam Speaker. I must respond clearly. This is simply not the case. So let me explain, Madam Speaker, what is happening for all Nova Scotians. Our government is modernizing the public service. We are aligning workplace expectations with best practices already in place across many other Canadian jurisdictions. The changes we're proposing, they're not radical, they're measured, responsible, and informed by public administration standards used in places like Alberta and Ontario, where public service continues to thrive. So let me be crystal clear. We are not introducing arbitrary dismissals. We're not removing due process. We're not targeting loyal public servants. Rather, we are aligning with principles of effective governance where managers have the tools to build high-performing teams, where accountability and excellence go hand in hand with respect and fairness. In fact, Madam Speaker, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, has repeatedly highlighted the importance of flexible, responsive public service that are empowered to innovate and adapt to changing needs. That includes reviewing outdated employment frameworks. In its Employment and Management 2023 report, the organization emphasizes it is crucial to enhance public service flexibility. It allows organizations to adapt to changing strategic priorities, ensuring responsiveness to emerging policy challenges and evolving user needs. The report also highlights the flexibility that allows for the transfer of specific competencies and skills to areas where they are most needed, particularly during emergencies like the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'll table that. The Public Employment and Management 2021 publication notes that the civil services must become flexible, agile, and responsive in their organization, reward systems, and employment practices. It points out that while change is a constant, the current pace necessitates continuous reassessment of civil services knowledge and learning processes, and I'll table that. The recent Global Trends in Government Innovation 2024 report identifies a trend where governments are co-designing solutions with users and stakeholders to anticipate future needs. Such collaboration results in public services that are flexible, responsive to change, and more resilient to sustainable in the long term. And I will table that. So, Madam Speaker, if we want a public service that is ready for the future, we need policies that reflect modern workforce realities. But let me take a moment to address what I believe is at the heart of this resolution: trust. Trust between public servants and government is sacred. It must be earned, nurtured, and protected. We agree with that. That is why we are investing in leadership training, employee wellness programs, and building a more inclusive, respective work culture. We are committed to a workplace where every public servant can bring forward concerns, contribute ideas, and grow in their role without fear. And Madam Speaker, I just have to take a second. I find it very disingenuous for the Liberal Party to put this late debate forward. I mean, I think it's pretty, a lot of us have been around for a little bit. We do remember the checkered past of the previous Liberal government with the public sector, Madam Speaker. There's teachers and healthcare workers across this province that even to this day, Madam Speaker, I heard about it a lot on the doorsteps in the last election. They have a long memory, and they know what the previous Liberal government did to the public sector, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, our government has also settled almost 300 public sector contracts without any major labor disruption. The public service trusts this government, Madam Speaker. So let's talk about facts. Nova Scotia has one of the highest rates of public sector employment per capita in Canada. Over the last decade, our public service has grown, not shrunk. We've increased wages, improved parental benefits, and made new investments in mental health support and professional development. I don't believe, Madam Speaker, we need a larger public service, but I believe we need a more effective, flexible, more productive public sector that can help achieve the goals that this government has set out for Nova Scotia. Our government has deepened our commitment to equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility across the public service. Through the Public Service Commission, employees at all levels have access to a wide range of training that helps foster respectful, inclusive, and equitable workplaces. This includes mandatory courses like diversity, inclusion, and employment equity, introduction to disability, accessibility barriers, and solutions for diversity for leaders. Other learning opportunities, such as the African Nova Scotians, Historical and Contemporary Realities, Human Rights 101, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity 101, Understanding the Treaty Relationship, and Acadie at a Glance, invite reflection and growth across a wide spectrum of identities and lived experiences. These courses are part of our leadership development programs, helping to ensure that supervisors, managers, and executives, they're all equipped to lead with empathy and awareness. We continue to encourage participation through our Learning Centre, because we believe that building an equitable workplace is a shared responsibility. It's a continuous journey. So, Madam Speaker, the government appreciates the value of public service, not just in words, but indeed in actions. We've navigated natural disasters together, responded to healthcare challenges together, and implemented bold climate policies together. Every step of the way we have leaned on our public service, and they have delivered. So when we are accused of fostering a fearful environment, we must ask, whose fear is being stoked, and to what end? Let's not confuse defending policy with defending the public service. The two are not the same. So, Madam Speaker, what we are doing is ensuring that Nova Scotia's public service remains respected, effective, and responsive. We're building a culture. We're building a culture that values performance and compassion, that rewards initiative and safeguards fairness, that creates clarity and protects rights. Rights are not being dismantled. They are part of our continued commitment to fair and just employment practices. So if you're in the public service, in any of our departments, whether it's mental health, addictions, labor skills and immigration, Department of Education, Early Childhood Development, Public Works, Environment, Climate Change, Opportunities and Social Development, Energy, all across government, we value you. So let me close by saying this. The best way to honor public servants is to give them the tools and workplace environment they need. And that's what they need to thrive and survive. So, Madam Speaker, that's what we're doing. That's what modern public service demands. Whether you're in the public service or indeed the private sector, this government has a bold, ambitious vision. We need you to help us together achieve the goals that our government is setting forward for this province. Nova Scotians are counting on us all to work together. We thank you and respect you, and it's an honor to serve with all of you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North with 3 minutes.
Great, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be able to stand and speak in support of our public servants here in Nova Scotia. And I got so many notes from that speech. I'm assuming that the member that just spoke has never been an employer, because I was an employer for 20 years. And you do not show respect and fairness to staff by by putting in legislation that can allow them to be fired without just cause. It actually is the exact opposite of how you would show respect and fairness to staff. One of the quotes was, the changes are to allow them to make public service more effective. So that's essentially saying that right now they're not, which that's pretty disrespectful and insulting to them. Recently, I think it's, if the member really believes this, then I would encourage the member to actually talk to the public servants. One told me last week it's very Doge, Trump-like. So that's what the public servants are feeling. That's what they feel when legislation is passed that allows them to be fired without just cause. Creating effective government. Governance, rather. How does allowing the government to fire civil servants without just cause create effective governance? I would love for the member to actually explain this. Maybe he doesn't understand what governance means, but threatening the civil servants with being able to be fired without just cause is not how you build a stronger organization. It is not how you build respect. It is not how you build a stronger government. It is basically holding an axe over their heads, threatening them that they know at any moment in time. And I know a little bit about that because the government, I can't even remember when it was, a year ago or 2 years ago, put a notice of motion and kept it on the order paper that they could vote and remove me as an elected MLA for about a year and a half. And that's exactly what this government is doing to every civil servant right now in the province of Nova Scotia by passing legislation that they can be removed and fired without just cause, not even following our own labor standards code that every other employer in this province has to follow.
I wish to thank all members who participated in the adjournment debate this evening. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call bills for third reading?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, will you please call Bill number 24, Temporary Access to Adjacent Land and Act respecting the Joint Regional Transportation Agency and Act?
Bill 24, Temporary Access to Adjacent Land, an act respecting and the Joint Regional Transparency Agency Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 24, the Temporary Access to Land Act and the Joint Regional Transportation Act, be now read for a third time and do pass. And I'll pass it over to my colleagues on the other side, and I'll have some comments at the end. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 24 in third reading. During Committee of the Whole, the government put forward about a page and a half of amendments. And I think it bears reiterating, those amendments would not have been necessary had the consultation on this bill occurred prior to tabling the bill. Yesterday, I said this. I said this to the minister, and I asked him. I also said, you know, that I hope the changes by the government would alleviate people's opposition to the bill. But today, in the CBC article entitled "Premier Government Softens Language in Transportation Bill," and I'm just going to, it states this, I'm just going to read it. And the original language in the proposed changes to the Joint Regional Transportation Agency Act suggested the province could unilaterally undertake projects to build or remove infrastructure or do anything necessary to ensure the smooth movement of people and goods. According to Bill 24, the provincial government could simply pass the cost of the work to a municipality once the project was completed. The Federation of Municipalities, the organization that speaks to the province's municipal government, called the original language tremendously concerning. So that was prior. Then the changes were made. And Pam Mood, president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, said the thrust of the bill remains a huge concern. What it said before is we are going to come in, we're going to tell you what needs to be done, we're going to tell you to do it, and if you don't do it in a reasonable amount of time, we're going to come in and do it and bill you, said Mood, the mayor of Yarmouth. But now it basically says appropriating costs of work in a manner agreed upon. We'll have to sit down and figure out how that will work. The proposed legislation says the Municipal Affairs Minister will make reasonable efforts to consult the Federation of Municipalities impacted by ministerial action taken pursuant to this act. Mood wasn't impressed with that change either. That doesn't equal doing so, she said. When you say I'll make the efforts to do something, you're saying if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's simply not enough. And I'll table that. NSFM President Pam Mood was clear. With the changes, there are still concerns to the bill. And I want to take a moment to remind the government that many municipal infrastructure projects are dependent upon government funding. And if government doesn't properly fund municipalities, or if approvals are not done in a timely manner, which, by the way, civil servants are responsible for, then the minister can say, well, you didn't do it in a timely manner and now it's ours to do. But again, the province doesn't properly fund municipalities to do those infrastructure projects. In-law amendments, Ben Hammer made this point, and I'm just going to read this briefly too. The provincial active transportation strategy was supposed to support municipalities and clarify each provincial department's role in active transportation. The strategy is now 2 years old, and the latest update last spring informed stakeholders that the action items monitoring and evaluating components will be internal addendum documents that will see public release. We know the consultants have submitted their final drafts. There are over 400 active transportation infrastructure projects proposed in community plans outside of the HRM. Each are awaiting $100,000 to $150,000 in consultation dollars, design, and engineering work to become shovel-ready. That's at least a $50 million backlog. This includes over 1.2, I think it's 1,200, I'm sorry, that's 1,200 kilometers of sidewalk, multi-use paths, and bike lanes across the province, which will cost $1.4 to $4 billion to construct, at a 1.2 to 3.6 million dollars per kilometer. And what Mr. Hammer was suggesting was that before the government put a hammer down on municipalities, is that they actually help municipalities properly fund these infrastructure projects, increase the funding to the various programs, to put in the cost-sharing dollars between the municipality, the provincial government, and the federal government to help fund these projects faster, as the government wants to do. But this bill seems to be the government putting the hammer down without actually putting the funding forward. And so in my last remaining moments, what I'm going to say is this. The Federation of Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities are continuing to say that this bill is problematic, and they bring up the same point as Mr. Hammer, and that is they want to do projects, but many municipalities are lacking the funding. So to blame them for lacking the funding and to tell them they're not doing the programs that they need to, they're not working as fast as they need to, is actually not a great argument when we're not funding them enough. So my suggestion to the government is before they start using these types of tools, start funding the programs properly. Increase the funding to those programs. Be more willing to go into cost-sharing agreements of 30, 30, and 30. So that municipalities can actually get some of this work done that they want to get done, that residents want to get done, and I'm sure that the government wants to get done. And Madam Speaker, with that, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to speak briefly to the bill, which we don't support. There's been a lot of conversation about this. We've heard conversation in the media from the NSFM and from their concerns around overreach, and there were some amendments made, but they feel that there hasn't been enough. The JRTA has actually been a very positive thing. There's been a lot of feedback we received. It was collaborative in its approach, but with this bill, you know, we're taking our lead from the folks that it impacts the most. That would be the municipalities across the province who are telling us that they weren't consulted really in the beginning from this. The government has made some amendments to it, but in their eyes, it's not enough. So I'll leave it at that for now, but want to be on the record that as a caucus, we don't support the bill.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in third reading of Bill 24. I'm not able to support Bill 24 based on the feedback from the way municipalities are feeling across the province. Some of the key concerns are erosion of municipal autonomy. The restructuring of Link Nova Scotia places transportation planning under direct provincial control, bypassing local governance structures. This shift diminishes the influence of elected municipal leaders in their decisions that directly affect their own constituents. And historically, municipalities have been responsible for public transit, active transportation, and local highways and roads, ensuring that transportation initiatives align with community needs. Another concern is the centralization of decision-making, and we see this. This has been a common theme throughout a lot of this government's pieces of legislation, and we see it in this bill. The transition from a board of directors to an advisory board for Link Nova Scotia centralizes decision-making power, reducing the capacity of municipal leaders to advocate for local transportation priorities. And this centralization could lead to a one-size-fits-all approach, overlooking the unique needs of individual communities and diverse communities. Another concern is the limited consultation with municipal stakeholders, which certainly does not build trust and respect with our municipal colleagues. The bill's provisions suggest that while the Minister of Municipal Affairs shall make reasonable efforts, very subjective, and efforts to consult Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities and municipalities impacted by ministerial action, there's actually no binding requirement for any comprehensive engagement. This lack of mandatory consultation may result in decisions that do not fully consider the local issues or insights into priorities of local elected officials. So they're not feeling real respected with this bill. Potential marginalization of municipal expertise. Elected municipal leaders and their teams do possess intimate knowledge of their community's transportation's challenges as well as opportunities, Madam Speaker. And by reducing their role in regional planning processes, we do risk overlooking valuable local insights. And as the bill is currently structured, it does pose significant challenges to the involvement of elected municipal leaders in transportation planning and land access decisions. And this shift that this bill brings threatens to erode local governance and the tailored solutions that municipalities are best positioned to provide. I urge my colleagues to reconsider the implications of this bill and consult more with municipal leaders before passing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to speak strongly in favour of Bill 24 and its impact on the JRTA, soon to be known as Link Nova Scotia. I wasn't going to speak, and then I saw that same article last night, and then I've heard some comments today that troubled me. This is a good news story. And I swear, my dad used to say this, and others used to say this, that if it started raining toonies, some people would report only the damage to car roofs. This is a good news story. In addition to being impressed by a positive attitude and desire to change and fix things expressed by this government and Premier, one of the main reasons why I chose to run in this election and to represent Bedford Basin was my enthusiasm regarding the fledgling JRTA and my desire to be involved with its emerging role. We need a regional and provincial response to our congestion challenges and to our transportation and public transportation planning. Therefore, I was pleased to be appointed the ministerial assistant to the JRTA. Traffic congestion is detrimental to the movement of our economy, to the environment, our productivity, and even our mental health. It restricts the growth of our population and economy, impacts the planning for our growth, and can make marketing our province and our municipalities to potential economic growth opportunities more challenging. This is even more critical at a time when we need to grow our economy in order to fund our desired and required services and infrastructure, but also to address the new challenges from the U.S. During my time as a regional councillor, I helped to lead change, and I tried to bring back commuter rail and the dayliners to HRM and to Nova Scotia. We conducted several studies and worked diligently to try and form a partnership with CN and VIA. We were not successful yet, but we did learn some things. First of all, we could have used some help from the other orders of government. Secondly, there is incredible public support for new modes of public transportation in HRM and in Nova Scotia. This means all modes of transportation and rapid transit, including conventional bus service, LRT, BRT, and ferries. Many transportation advocates, planners, politicians, and residents have been asking for a regional transportation authority for HRM and Nova Scotia for decades. The ask became even louder during our time of unprecedented growth during the pandemic and afterwards. These folks realized that a regional approach to improving highways, interchanges, conventional transit, and hopefully someday rapid transit is required. The approach brings together all orders of government, plus major stakeholders such as the Bridge Commission, CN, the Port, the Airport Authority, and others. A huge step was taken by government in 2021 when they passed Bill 61, the creation of the JRTA. Congratulations and thank you to all those involved. We are now moving towards the direction taken in BC and Ontario long ago. We're coordinating the planning, the operating, and the maintaining of integrated transportation systems and public transportation. Expanding the role of the GRTA to encompass all Nova Scotia and to assist 49 municipalities is logical and timely. We all know the province is responsible for applying for many of the federal programs available to improve both road transportation and public transportation. We saw great recent examples of this with the projects such as the 107 connector, the Mill Cove Ferry, and the upcoming Windsor Street Exchange. And we'll have to do the same when it comes to the replacement of the bridge. Opportunities and challenges do not stop at municipal borders. This is not about encroaching into jurisdiction of another order of government. Rather, it is about assisting them and collaborating with them. Many municipalities simply do not have the resources to undertake the planning task. Further, I suggest they don't have the financial resources to run the buses or the rail or the new interchanges or the new connectors between the municipalities or internally within the municipality. They will need planning assistance with the park and rides, with the shelters, with the access infrastructure, with the road infrastructure. I can tell you that even the largest municipality, HRM, struggles to address the many challenges and opportunities brought forward by its growth. Speaker, Link NS will have the authority to acquire corridors required to launch BRT and LRT between municipalities and within municipalities. LRT requires corridors. BRT requires dedicated lanes, and many of our 100 series highways and its interchanges are at capacity. We need to take steps now to plan for these changes. We need to move goods and people safely and efficiently. This is not a criticism, this is a recognition of fact. And I also believe that as we continue to grow, we will someday be able to support some very innovative solutions, but we need to plan for them now, and we need to fund those plans, because plans without funding are useless. The example I will use is the Integrated Mobility Plan passed by HRM in 2017, and then the Rapid Transit Strategy passed in 2019. These are great plans, but they are still far from implemented due to the resourcing, personnel resources and also financial challenges. Progress has been made on the Mill Cove Ferry project because 82% of the funding came from the province and the federal government. And the JRTA staff are actually assisting them with the design of this waterfront project. Speaker, like all the members of this House, I knocked on thousands of doors last fall. The #1 issue in my district was health care. But the #2 issue at most doors was traffic and transit. My understanding is that my colleagues from Fall River, West Bedford, and other areas had heard similar things, Hammonds Plains. Residents were pleased that we were taking a regional approach to planning traffic and public transit. They were excited about announced improvements to the 102, an investigation into LRT, and support for the idea of BRT. We want to be known as a province with a can-do attitude and a growing population and a growing economy for an improving healthcare and an educated workforce, not a province known for congestion and traffic that is still not, transit that is still not fast, frequent, or reliable. A new study pegged the economic and social impact of congestion in Ontario at more than $50 billion in 2024, and I have all these documents to table, adding that gridlock is causing a traffic crisis. Then a study conducted by the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis on behalf of Residential and Civil Construction Alliance in Ontario said that it would cost $10 billion a year in traffic and $47 billion a year when factoring the social impacts of congestion and effect on commuters' life. According to another report, there was $10 billion lost a year of people sitting in traffic in congestion in Ontario. The study defines the social costs that increased distress, lowered life satisfaction, and reduced well-being due to extended commute times. They infringed on the time that they could be spending on leisure with family or personal interests. The C.D. Howe Institute in 2015 said that $1.5 billion in economic growth in Vancouver was lost due to congestion. The Transportation Authority of Canada stated in 2023 that in Montreal it was $1.7 billion and in Vancouver 1.4. A TomTom Traffic Index report covered by CBC Nova Scotia reported that HRM's traffic congestion is now greater than it was pre-pandemic. Speaker, even if those numbers quoted were 5 to 10% of their impact here in Nova Scotia, what an incredible opportunity. I love the name. I love the name becoming the link. Link means to cooperate. It means linking municipalities. It means linking businesses and industries to their markets by better and safer roads and maybe rail, like the Liberal of the Leader Party has said as well. It links residents to their workplaces safely and efficiently. It links commuters to fast and frequent, reliable transit. It links active transportation to these transportation hubs. It links municipalities to planners that can assist them. It links municipalities and provinces to federal funding, and it links us better to other provinces. Here we are wanting to knock down barriers between provinces where we have municipalities that can't even get along with us and the provincial government to build a better transportation. When I think of link, I think of a chain. As we all know, a chain is only as good as its weakest link, and a broken chain is useless. This bill is about creating and using a better chain for the public, regardless of where they live, which municipality they live in. To me, the link demonstrates collaboration. Our opportunities and our challenges do not stop at municipal borders. Many municipalities simply do not have the planning or operational resources to plan or to fund what we need to do. I would argue that even HRM doesn't. And recently there was an article in The Coast where they quoted HRM's Commissioner of Operations, whom I know and have tremendous respect for. It said, during Wednesday's meeting, the Chief Operations Officer, Brad Anguish, told Council that the reason the city has been lagging so much on transportation planning is that our city does not have the resources to plan a transportation network in line with the IMP priorities. Most of the city's transportation budget goes towards road maintenance. Concerns were raised by a few emails and a few residents that they thought this was cutting into the power of the municipalities. And Minister Tilley brought forward, the Minister of Works brought forward regulations.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
To say the Minister of Public Works. And he has brought forward amendments that clarify his role, highlight the importance of addressing traffic throughout all municipalities and throughout the province, and better collaboration with the NSFM. I have nothing but respect and admiration and empathy for municipal governments. While I recognize and appreciate they were all disappointed and concerned with what's going on in the U.S., and that our government, but what we're trying to do here is fix the missing and broken links within our province between these municipalities. That is the objective. It's a process that leads to collaboration, and it gives us a united approach to challenges that we need help with funding. I could go on a lot more, and I won't. I know you all want to go home, but I can tell you this new name of linking could not be more appropriate as we link together our province, link together the municipalities, help municipalities with their plans, and that is why I strongly support this bill.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works, it will be to close third reading of this bill. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say a couple things before we close the bill. Number one, I am so proud to be a member of this government. I'm so proud of the work that has been put forward by this government to move Nova Scotia forward. And this is another example. The leadership that has been shown during this particular tough time with the tariffs, with the work that our Premier has done to be a leader in Nova Scotia. What we're doing with the JRTA is another way that this government has shown leadership. The JRTA was put forward to fix traffic, fix congestion around HRM and the 100-kilometer radius around HRM. And it's garnering lots of attention nationally. People are talking about JRTA, what we're doing here in Nova Scotia, and they're going to be talking about it for years to come as we expand it out through Link Nova Scotia across this great province. I'm very proud of that, and I'll continue. And I'm disappointed to hear that the opposition parties aren't supporting this bill. This bill is about unlocking our potential, unlocking the potential of Nova Scotia by improving our transportation system, working with our partners and municipalities to ensure that we have the ability to move people, goods, faster, more efficiently, and safer across this province. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will close third reading of Bill 24.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 24, Temporary Access to Adjacent Land, an act respecting the Joint Regional Transportation Agency Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 24, an act respecting temporary access to adjacent land and to amend Chapter 23 of the Acts of 2021, the Joint Regional Transportation Agency Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to call Bill. No, I'm joking. We just take a short break while we wait for the Chief Administrator to grace us with his presence.
Motion carried. Let His Honor the Administrator be admitted.
His Honor, the Administrator. It is the wish of His Honor that everyone present be seated.
May it please Your Honor, the General Assembly of the province has at its present session passed certain bills to which, in the name and on behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request Your Honor's assent.
Bill number 1, an act respecting government organization and administration. Bill number 6, an act respecting agriculture, energy, and natural resources. Bill number 11, an act respecting administrative efficiency and accountability in healthcare. Bill number 12, an act respecting advanced education and research. Bill number 21, an act respecting the administration of justice. Bill number 24, an act respecting temporary access to adjacent land and to amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2021, the Joint Regional Transportation Agency Act. Bill number 30, an act to authorize the Windsor Curling Club to convert to a society under the Societies Act. Bill number 36, an act respecting free trade and mobility within Canada. Bill number 48, an act to amend Chapter 211 of the Acts of 1902, an act to incorporate the trustees of the 3rd Cornwallis or Billtown Baptist Church in Kings County. Bill number 68, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures.
In His Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
Your Honor, having been graciously pleased to give your assent to the bills passed during the present session, it becomes my agreeable duty on behalf of His Majesty, dutiful and loyal subjects, His faithful Commons of Nova Scotia, to present Your Honor a bill for the appropriation of supply granted in the present session for the support of the public service and to request Your Honor's assent thereto.
Bill 81, an act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
In His Majesty's name, I thank His loyal subjects. I accept their benevolence and assent to this bill.
Please rise.
members to please join in the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, love true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I move to adjourn, I'd like to thank a number of people who are in the House and who made sure this session moved along as smoothly as it did. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the members of the legislature, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our pages. I'd like to thank the whole team at Ledge TV. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the clerks of our House, James and David. The team at the Legislative Council Office who draft the bills we debate every day. The folks at the Legislative Library, thank you to the Ledge Library team. House operations staff, thank you guys. Of course, our Sergeant at Arms. Our commissioners, thank you. The team at Hansard. I'm going to say that the team at Hansard must have some fun with you, Madam Speaker, to be honest. Of course, our constituency assistants back home. Where would we be without our constituency assistants, for sure? The entire public service, the people in the public service are first class, first rate all the way. Thank you to the public service. And of course, our families and loved ones who support us and keep things going on the home front while we're here on behalf of the people. So thank you to our families. We love you. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that this General Assembly be adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker.
The motion is that the House now adjourn to meet again at the call of the Speaker. All those in favor? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.